for us or anybody? Instagram, Morgan Wallen.
No, it's on his Twitter, at Morgan Wallen. Yeah, at Morgan Wallen Rockstar. He's got a video up, and now he's talking. So he's, I don't know if this is some sort of ruse, Lance, and he's just trying to pull the curtain over the fact that he's actually at rehab.
No, I would love to
give him the benefit of the doubt.
I would give him the benefit of the doubt.
Does Oklahoma play Ohio State?
No, Notre Dame does.
He just sold his Nashville home for $835,000. I'm a little surprised he didn't get more for this. It's a nice house.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Rockstar's got Morgan Wallen announcing that he's out for 6 weeks.
I'm going to go ahead and get straight to it. I got some bad news from my doctors at the Vanderbilt Voice Center yesterday.
That does sound made up.
After taking 10 days of vocal rest, I performed 3 shows last weekend in Florida, and by the third one, I felt terrible. So I went in and got scoped yesterday, and they told me that I re-injured my vocal cords and that I have vocal fold trauma. Their advice is that I go on vocal rest for 6 weeks. So that's what I'm going to do. They want me not to talk at all, but they said if I need to, it's okay for something like this. I also tore my lat while we were in Australia. I've been trying to work through that quietly, but this time off is going to help me get that back right as well. We're working on rescheduling all the dates during this time frame. We've almost got that done, but some of them are pending, so I'll keep you updated. I won't be able to make these festivals that I have during this time frame, but we are going to make those right in next year. I won't be able to do the ACM awards.
We get it, man. You can't. Yeah. Anything within 6 weeks.
It's for a great cause. And they told me that if I do this the right way, that I'll get back to 100%. And they also said that if I don't listen and I keep singing, then I'll permanently damage my voice. So for the longevity of my career, this is just the choice I had to make.
Okay, I'm going to jump in.
Yeah, for somebody,
he's already got brain damage, apparently.
For somebody that had to rest his voice, that's a long video, I got to tell you.
Still going, but I want to jump in real quick.
Okay.
And defend Morgan Wallen.
Yeah.
Now, here's a guy who doesn't release hits 12 songs at a time on albums, okay? This guy drops them 36 at a time. He double albums every time he drops a new album, and they are awesome songs. He's a great songwriter.
Okay.
Writes his own stuff.
Yep.
I mean, obviously some collaborators, but he's in the room when it happens, like Taylor Swift. So I will defend.
He's in the room.
I will defend.
I like it.
I will defend Morgan Wallen.
No, I think you respect guys and girls that write their own songs more than military generals.
I respect the military. Don't try to pay me into some communist corner. All of our men and women in the military, I respect them.
Especially the songwriters.
If you write a military song,
can you imagine if
my sweet spot.
Straight to the top.
Patton wrote a couple of songs.
Yeah. Okay.
Over here, over there.
Somebody keep up with these real quick. Where's Lunsford? He's got the good penmanship. Someone keep me up with this. Here we go.
All right.
He already rushed.
Let's pretend like everything we do is archived.
Has he already left for the day? Oh, we've got our meeting.
We got to go. Yeah, he's already got
Let's do this tomorrow.
No. Here we go.
Okay, all right, fine.
I'm ready. I mean, I promised it in this segment here. I didn't know Morgan Wallen was going to go 3 minutes. Kentucky over the 6.5.
Like it.
Duke over the 6.5.
I shouldn't have mentioned Duke today.
UCF over the 6.5.
Gus Bus.
Auburn over the 6.5.
All overs.
Texas A&M over the 7.5. USC over the 9.5.
Have you done an under?
UAB under the 6.5.
Oh, wow.
Virginia Tech over the 5.5. West Virginia over the 4.5.
Huggy Bear.
And Tennessee under the 9.5. Those are my 10.
I made the mistake of commenting on Duke and UAB, and I think I gave you 2 winners. You aren't going to play Duke's over.
He'd have been here for Dill
This guy.
Never going
he
under
steals
UAB.
more music than Billy Joel.
I ain't writing my own.
Top of the hour. Love Billy Joel. Till next time, God bless you, and God bless America.
You want want to look great while supporting your favorite show, you know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We are live at the Regions Tradition in Greystone, along with Lance Taylor and Rockstar. I'm Ryan Brown. This beautiful open seat right here next to me will be filled by Jim Dunaway when he returns from the 10th tee. Or the first tee, I'm sorry, the first tee. He's doing the first tee introduction. So we're going to start the show without Jimmy D, but we are at the Margarita Grill right here on number 10. Great spot. I promised there would be no sun in anyone's eyes. Am I right?
I will tell you this. I still applied sunblock for the first time that I've ever come out here.
Well, I got some, and it on the bottom of it said it expires April of 2020. Does that
what,
mean
your sunblock?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't matter.
The wife gave me some, and it says it's the spray. It said expires 2020. So
yeah, expiration, meat, milk. Trying to think of things that I would avoid.
Well, I haven't applied
probably
it yet.
Juice. But not sunblock. No, I think you're fine with that.
So can I, real quick, I was on the opening, whatever, the tee first, listening to Dunaway's announcements with Taylor, and John Daly pulls up in a golf cart.
Yep.
And he, Barkley's about to tee off, and Daly doesn't really care.
Nope.
You know, they got these people with the hush sticks.
Yep.
He pulls up, he's got his radio on, leaves it on,
yep.
his iPod, playing country music, and
yep.
he's got a pair of Hooters shorts on, which is cool.
Yep.
And
big sponsor for him.
Lights up a cigarette.
Yep. That's
awesome.
You got the full John Daly experience. Was he drinking a Diet Coke?
No shits.
Yeah, and like he was in the next group, but he just pulled up, parked, left the music on, hush stick up, lights a cigarette.
Yep. Well, Dunaway sent me and Little T a text last night on how he was going to introduce Kirby Smart. And so I decided to fire off about 5 or 6 celebs, things that he could use. And he's like, I don't know if I can do that. And I'm like, it's a celebrity pro-am. I don't think this is
not the first tee at Augusta.
Right.
No.
Yeah.
I don't think people would be that upset. But we'll see what he does.
Well, did he? I mean, you were over there. Did he do anything that was kind of
He did. I don't know what you pre-wrote, but he said something about he wrote a book.
John that Kirby did.
Kirby wrote a book, and surprisingly, he read a book or something like that, and he said, "Oh, I wasn't supposed to say that," and then he said, "Kirby Smart."
Wow.
Back-to-back national championship, Kirby Smart.
Did Kirby laugh?
We were on the side. I think Taylor had to. I couldn't see. I could.
Did it bomb?
His Kirby Smart introduction.
Did anybody laugh at any of his introductions?
The Barkley one he laughed at because Daly came up and hugged Barkley after the introduction, and so they said, I think Dunaway said they're second cousins or something like that. And that
okay, well, that's not
that
bad.
got a chuckle.
Yeah, I mean, John Daly could easily be from Central Alabama, from Leeds, from the Birmingham area, right?
So Daly sits on seesaw. Barkley sits on seesaw.
Who wins?
Barkley's lost weight.
I know. That's why I'm asking the question.
I haven't seen him in well, when's the last time he was in studio with us? Was it last summer?
Probably. He has.
It's been a minute since I've seen Charles in person. Yeah. So he's lost that much weight?
Yeah, I got to see him on the way up here for just a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
And I saw Daly in his cart. And I think it's pretty close because wouldn't you say Daly's about 6'4"?
Hey, he's not. I don't think he's that tall. I think he's. I mean, probably 6'3", 6'2", 6'3". Yeah.
Okay, and Barkley's 6'5".
And Barkley's 6'5". Yep. They're probably are close to the same weight. Is that what you're getting at? You think Barkley's?
Yeah, I think it's really close.
I mean, it'd be.
Rockstar, I just want to give you a heads up. I think this is Noah Galloway's about to tee off.
Oh no, I saw him. Okay.
Well, I've been in this. Back in the day, it was the Casino tent, and then it was the Superior tent. And a lot of these golfers, remember, they're amateurs, or they're celebrities, and you will have balls will come in here.
Yep.
Oh, we're good.
Not Noah's. That went the other way.
That's not a hit a tree.
Yeah. That's in the woods.
That's not a. That's in the forest.
Yeah, he's lost the ball.
All right, so let's jump into the show today. We will start in the Coke Zero chat room. People asking if for the registration. We're being asked why we don't play in this thing. It's just during our show. I mean,
that's the one reason I don't play.
Well,
because it's during the show.
Rockstar doesn't play golf. Dunaway has played in it in years past. Lance and I have played in it recently. It's just, if we all played, we couldn't do a show. Now,
yeah, and we've given you free reign. You have played most recently because you are by far the best of the three. I know Dunaway's gotten better because he plays every other day.
Right.
I enjoyed playing. The 2 times that I did play were at Ross Bridge. And that's a beast of a course. I mean,
it
just
is.
the length.
Where you out?
But I played one of my best rounds ever because I was so nervous that I went out legitimately to a driving range for 14 straight days before I played.
Oh, my.
Yeah, and I played pretty well.
Yeah.
But I don't have time to do that now, and I would decline if I was asked. That's a really good shot, I think, Brown. We might have to get some wagering going here.
Okay. Well, I can't really see the green. That's going to hurt me. But and I can't really see the tee without leaning like this.
Was that Stan White?
No, if it was Stan, I don't think Stan plays anymore. Golf, period. I don't think he's played in a while. Yeah, I've played out here before. It's just, again, it's during the show, so it just doesn't really make sense for us to do it. But we always appreciate them. I think they've quit asking now because we've said no enough.
Boy, there's a big difference in the women's tees. Does Dunaway play the women's tee still?
No, he does not.
Okay. And she's in the ball.
Yeah. Are you going to watch every shot?
No, I'm
I
not.
you like this golf?
I don't. I love your setup. You did a great job.
Yeah, we picked a good spot, didn't we?
We did. The only thing that makes me nervous is once some of these guys get into a couple of beers, we are going to have some righties that will. Do you fear more of the? We'll only see a lefty about what once every 20 golfer.
Here's the thing about a lefty is the pull hook is probably not going to be high enough to get up in here. You need to worry about a righty hitting a big old banana slice.
Yep.
That's what's going to get us. So if we go down, it's going to be great. The queen of content over there is going to love it if one of us takes a golf ball to the forehead.
How about we make this deal?
How much will that be shared by Taylor Corn, my little T?
God.
One of us takes a golf ball to the forehead. The queen of content over there is going to make sure the world sees it.
She better get it. But let's go and make a deal. If one of us is able to snag ball bare hand out of air, the other two have to buy steak dinner.
That's fine. Yeah. If I see one coming in, I just catch it like that. That's what you're saying?
Yeah.
Or you catch it in your mouth.
Yeah. We got a lot to get to on the show today. Matt Hayes is coming up to talk a little college football with us in just a little bit. I need to double check on that time for you, Tyler. I'm starting to doubt myself on this. Matt is going to be with us at 10:25. Todd Fuhrman with the numbers from the desert at 12. We'll talk with him about some of these big NBA playoff series. We'll get to that in a moment. But first, Lance, Hemp Hill Services brings you the chat room to lock. They bring you a lot here at Hemp Hill Services.
Yeah, Hemp Hill Services want to remind you that the spring weather is here. And one thing you want to make sure that is rolling is that HVAC system. Our friends at Hemp Hill, they can get you hooked up. Right now, they've got that HVAC $69 tune-up. Plus 10% off any service call when you mention the next round. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure that HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. Team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090 or online hemphillservices.com.
So we've got the NBA playoffs to get to. The schedule announcements for the NFL are tomorrow night, but they've announced their international games. We'll get to that as well in just a little bit. And one of those games was one we thought might actually be the first Thursday night game. And it will not be. But let's start with the NBA playoffs last night. Very surprising to me performance by the Boston Celtics. The Heat went into Boston, outplayed Boston for an entire – the fans were actually booing the hometown Celtics. I was stunned how that game played out.
Well, Embiid, 33 points last night. He's playing like an MVP that he is, and 3 consecutive 30-plus point games for him. And you look at the Sixers, they shoot 50%. Celtics only shoot 40%. Tatum had 36, but he was 11 of 27, and they were down 19 in the third quarter at home to a Sixers team that I thought was so schizophrenic they weren't going to have the consistency to move deep into this postseason.
Right.
But now they're a game away. And game 6 is tomorrow night in Philadelphia. They can close this thing out. Now, look, Boston's been in this situation before. They ran it against Milwaukee last year. They were able to win game 6 on the road, then go back, win game 7 in Boston. So they've been here before. It just seems like something's missing right now. You know, we talked about it the other day that, you know, Tatum's great. Jaylen Brown's really good. Smart's good, but it's not like a great team, although they were your favorites up until yesterday to win this championship. I don't know. You got a feeling now with the way the Sixers are playing, the way Embiid's playing, that the Celtics are in trouble.
And I apologize for saying the Heat. It was obviously the 76ers, 115 to 103, but now the 76ers lead that series 3-2. So Boston back against the wall. We'll see how they respond to that. And the way they played last night, if they don't come out in game 6 and have their best performance of the season, I'll be stunned.
Well, look, they just don't have an answer for Embiid. So it's almost like, hey, look, let him get his 30 plus. Tyrese Maxey is the guy you don't need blowing up for 30. And then Harden, if you would have told me that they were going to lose the game by double digits at home, I would have thought James Harden had one of those games that he had in game 1 and game 4. But James Harden didn't play extremely well. So, if Harden shows up, Maxey shows up, Embiid's going to show up. I think the Celtics got issues. And I thought the Celtics were a shoo-in, not only to get to the Eastern Conference Finals, where more than likely whoever does win this series is going to take on the Miami Heat, who have a commanding 3-1 lead, but I thought that they would for sure get to the NBA Finals.
Gun to the head, who do you think would be more confident in picking the NBA Finals winner or the NHL Stanley Cup winner?
Ooh, I think I'd
Finals.
Be more confident in NBA Finals. That's
Who
Stanley
would you
Cup.
pick?
I'd go with the Lakers right now.
Would you go Lakers 76ers?
So your favorites right now are the Lakers and the Nuggets at plus 300. That's this morning. And then after that is the 76ers. I've just got a feeling the Lakers are going to win this whole thing.
Wow.
I really do.
Didn't they lose like 10 or 11 in a row at some point?
Yeah, they were awful.
I mean, they barely made the playoffs, didn't they?
Yeah, and then Rob Pelinka makes these deals at the deadline, and it didn't seem like the guys that were coming over were going to be that big of a factor, but it's all come together.
Yeah. Would you think that there is a chance if the Lakers win this whole thing that LeBron walks away?
The only reason I wouldn't.
He wants to play with Bronny.
Yeah, I think he thinks Bronny is maybe better than he is. Bronny will be a freshman at SC this coming year. And if Bronny's one and done,
which he doesn't
seem like
doesn't really have that game, does he?
Yeah, no.
Unless it's just somebody doing LeBron a favor, but that's not great for Bronny because then how long's he in the league?
Yeah,
I just don't know that you could do him a favor like that. I mean, eat up a roster spot, pay him that kind of money.
We've all got kids. Brown, you've got obviously 2 daughters. Rocky's got a little man. I got a little man. I don't know if professionally, I think there'd be something cool about maybe working with your kid. I don't know about playing basketball with your kid.
Well, the odds are so great that would even happen. So, I think it's amazing to be an NBA player, an NBA All-Star Hall of Famer, to have your son who's supposed to be. That's amazing, but not if different than I want to have my son work at the same insurance agency as me.
Oh, you see that happen all the time though. People get in the family business. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you this: LeBron is still in incredible shape. He's playing still some of the best basketball out there. He's still a top 10 player. So I think LeBron can play for a couple of more years. So if he wants to wait this out, he can. The one thing I will guarantee you is Robert De Niro will not be acting with his next soon-to-be-born kid.
Yeah, I saw that.
LT wants to get to the Robert De Niro story. Let me play Dunaway.
I'm blown away by this.
I got to do some business first. Give me 2 seconds here. Johnston RV Center brings you the show from out here on the road. They want you to hit the road too, Johnston RV Center. In fact, they want you to get ready to get lost in the great outdoors. The new or used RV from Johnston RV Center. They've got those new 2023 travel trailers from $179 a month, fifth wheels from $439 a month. All of that is with 10% down and approved credit. See the dealer for details there at Johnston RV Center. Military discounts. Listen, Memorial Day is coming up, of course, in the month of May. It's where we stop and remember those that paid the ultimate price for our nation. And those that are serving in the military are so important to all of us. Johnston RV is no different. They want to honor you as well. They've got discounts for active and retired military personnel. And you can find all of that at johnstonrvcenter.com, johnstonrvcenter.com. Dunaway, people are asking. Dunaway is still over on the first tee. He'll be with us in just a few moments. So he's over doing the first tee intros. And I think the last group's going off right about now, the last of the big time. He just does the big wave of the celebrity groups like the Kirby Smarts. Normally Nick Saban's. A lot of people are wondering where Coach Saban is. He's actually taking a European vacation. That's where Coach is.
Yeah.
So Nick Saban will not be playing. That's the first time I can remember the Alabama coach missing this event.
They're going to see Big Ben Parliament?
No, they're going to Italy, Rockstar.
Yeah, and I think when you go to Italy, and so here's the thing, and it's the last time I'll talk about this. This was supposed to be my last day in Europe. And when I was talking to the kids about it last night, they were like, I don't know if you would have made it, Dad. Like, this was a long time, because we talked about May 1st when I was supposed to leave, but 10 days in Europe's not really a long time, but this was going to be my final day, and I would have been in Amsterdam. But, when we put the trip together, it was, I really want to go to Italy. But if you go to Italy, you really need to spend 10 days in Italy. There's so much to do right there. And in some of these other European, cities and countries, you can really jump around by train. But Italy is one of those, I think you've got to go all in.
Yeah.
It's its own trip.
So that's where Nick Saban is. That's why he's not playing in this event, a pre-booked trip to the boot. He's going to Italy. That ought to be fun, man.
Oh, man, Italy.
Can you imagine?
To eat at an authentic Olive Garden?
I know. Well, that's where
Like
their
the
chefs. That's where their chefs live.
The
right,
OG.
sir? As you well know, that's where their chefs
Wasn't
live.
it Paulie Walnuts asked for real marinara sauce? He hated the clams and everything.
So that's why Nick Saban is not here today. Somebody asking when the margaritas will start flowing. It is 9:15 local time.
They're setting the bar up right now.
Yeah.
When
will you crack your first bar?
I will crack my first one for trash.
Yeah.
2 hours. T-minus 2 hours for me.
Jay Pear wants to know if we can turn the camera so we can see our view. We may do that a little bit later. A lot goes into that. What time? So I'm not going to lie. A lot goes into that. Maybe I'll tell you what. Maybe we get Little T to take a photo
To do a panorama?
To do a panorama to show our view. Because people are wondering how close we are to the action if a ball might get up in here on us.
There will be, when we're on live between now and 1 o'clock, at least one ball will come in here.
Yeah, you forget. You don't realize it until you just sit here how close to the line of fire we really are. I mean, it's like the green is just to my right. I mean, the green is probably 50 yards that way. And I mean, people, if you push it just a little bit, you can get up in here. They try to get the fans right on top of the action here.
Yeah, I've been up in here when ones come screaming in.
I'm telling you.
I would feel much more comfortable if we had a net.
Well, here's what you got to worry about right here. Anybody teeing off right now, I think, is hitting their first shot of the day. So just announced circle back around. They're already, they're in their groove.
Loose.
They're hitting the ball.
Loose.
They're loose.
Yeah, but some of those guys have been drinking.
You don't have
that.
You don't have the nerves of, the first tee. Now there's not a huge crowd up there, but when they say your name and you step up on that tee, it can get a little nerve wracking, man.
Yeah, like this dude's got some board shorts on.
Yeah.
Untucked shirt.
I worry about this guy. I agree. Yeah. Oh gosh, this one right here.
You can just tell by the swing, it's a chop swing.
Yep. I worry about this one.
Yeah, this might be our guy.
Yep. We're gonna be light on our feet right
if he gets any air under it.
Yeah. No, I worry. Okay, better than I would have thought. I don't think
in the bunker.
Yeah, he's not going to grab green, but you know where he's not?
Yeah,
in my lap.
In the margarita grill.
He's not in the margarita grill. So yeah, we will post it on social. We'll just take a photo and post it on social. JM says, would LT have been high as a kite in Amsterdam?
Yes, I would have been.
You would have been high as a kite in Amsterdam?
Yeah, I heard.
It's legal there, right?
Yeah, we had a client come in last week and we were talking about Amsterdam, and he said they're trying to clean it up. They're trying to shut down between 4 a.m. and 9 a.m. because their bars are 24/7.
Right.
Jeez.
Yeah. And I've always heard
compromises 4 to 9.
I think the place, it's Hemingway's place, maybe it's Sloppy Joe's, or I forgot the name of the place in Key West, but they close for 1 hour a week to mop it out.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And I think that's what they do in Amsterdam. But yeah, I mean, look, they've got smoke shops. Now, their smoke shop, my brother went there. He was supposed to be there for 10 days or 2 weeks, and he ended up staying 3 months. But
how does that happen?
I don't know. Their bars
that is funny.
and their smoke shops are separate.
Yeah.
So you can't smoke a bowl and drink a pint at the same time. So they are somewhat responsible. But yeah, I mean, I would have, hey, win in Rome or win in Amsterdam.
Or win in Amsterdam. Will says you would like Prague.
Oh, look, we looked at Prague.
Yeah.
Prague was one of the European tours. And Prague, I have heard a couple of things. I've heard Prague is one of the most pristine cities. The architect is unbelievable. And I've heard Prague has the best looking women in Europe.
Okay.
I mean, that's just what I've heard.
Okay. So we are at the Regions Tradition. You can come out here today and enjoy the Pro-Am, the big names just having teed off. So you got time to go catch them late in their front nine into the back nine. So you can come out here and see that. But they'll be here all weekend long playing golf, the Regions Tradition. It is just one of the great events in our community. Everything I'm about to tell you, you can see at regionstradition.com. That's regionstradition.com. That's where you can also buy tickets. Get a $25 good any one-day ticket. Come any day of the weekend you want. Free admission for kids 18 and under with a ticketed adult, so you can get that as well. Here at Greystone Golf and Country Club, it is the Regions Tradition. Everything you need to know, regionstradition.com. That's regionstradition.com. You've seen him straggling, Jim Dunaway, straight from the first tee when we return at the Regions Tradition on the next round.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Be there as your champion Stallions defend their title. Get your tickets now for this weekend's home game.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Seats start at $10, so bring the whole family for kickoff at Protective Stadium as Coach Skip Holtz and the Stallions are running it back in Birmingham.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27, just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hearing the great voice of Tyler back there handling everything in the Double Down Media Studios. Rockstar's out here to the left. That's Lance Taylor. He's Ryan Brown. Jim Dunaway here from the first tee.
How'd it go?
It went well. I told Lance and Little T last night I was going to try to get off their script. It's very conservative. I wish I'd brought the script with me. Like Hugh Freeze, all it said was
Auburn football coach
Hugh Freeze. Some of them, they have like 7-time NBA All-Star, Charles Barkley and stuff. So
my Hugh Freeze was good, wasn't it?
Lance I sent one last night that I did a little bit of, but I didn't go all deep in on Kirby.
Okay.
Because I was having a little bit of the Redmond vodka last night.
Where are you now?
And so I texted Little T. I'll tell you what I texted, and I'll deliver it to you, and you tell me and I did most of this, but I backed off. And you tell me, I went over first and said, "Hey, Kirby, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to have a little fun with you on the tee box, if that's okay." And he's like, "No problem. What's your name again?" And I was like, "Jim from Tuscaloosa."
Did he really say that?
Yeah, he did. But then, we joked about it.
That is awesome.
He was like, "I'm kidding. I'm kidding."
I saw him this morning. I talked to him for a second this morning, and he seemed real. He honestly seemed a little bit grumpy. And
they've blown the White House off.
I know.
We've done that. Okay, we don't have time for nothing.
He was walking by, and he stopped and he came over. I said, "What's up, Coach?" He goes, "Y'all out here again this year?" I was like, "Yeah, man, they can't get rid of us." He goes, "Y'all go interrupt me on number 10 again?" I said, "This year it'll be putting, not hitting, because we're up by the green."
So this is what I texted LT and Little T, and I backed off a little bit of this. I texted them
Please welcome the two-time national championship winning coach and author of the new book, How About Them Dogs? Note, try not to sound surprised that Kirby wrote a book. Oops, sorry, Coach. I wasn't supposed to read that. I hope it's a New York Times best-selling book. New York's a city up north.
Oh, wow.
A book is what your tutors wanted to carry on campus
Holy
in the 90s.
crap.
I don't know why. I don't know why you couldn't have said that. Seriously,
So you didn't do any of that?
It's obviously a joke.
So I stopped at, don't be surprised. Don't sound surprised that Kirby wrote a book. And he did this. He went.
Well,
he went back and addressed them all.
Well, he knows he didn't write any of that.
Yeah,
He
I
knows
think
we know he didn't write any of that.
I think Little T got a little bit of it.
Yeah.
That
She
you
got
can
it.
see on our social media there.
Yeah.
And then LT started firing off just great stuff that I don't think we can share.
No, we can't. I'll share it.
Well,
Okay, here's the first one.
We'll get to the other stuff. Give us Michelson laser vision. He's going to use that great laser vision to read these texts.
969-8100. Write the number down. Find out if LASIK is right for you. If you wear the contacts, the eyeglasses, you're wasting money each and every year. Do what I did. Call 969-8100. Get that hassle-free consultation. Find out if LASIK is right for you. I've got 20/15 vision, better than 20/20. Call 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up. For more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
So these are the ones that I left on the editing floor table because I thought they were too aggressive for the first tee of a amateur pro-am with kids around.
You can skip the Barkley one's boring. I heated up after the Barkley.
Well,
one.
I did go with Barkley. I did go the guy who danced with my girlfriend the night of my graduation, but he's been, buying bar tabs for the last 30 years. And then I went with most likely to have lube in his belly button out here today for his chapped lips. And that's when he turned and looked at me.
Oh, you said that one.
Oh, I did. I did go to that one. Yeah. And that was
that was my PG one.
Yeah.
Then here we go. You going to do it, Dunaway?
No, this is you, man.
Here we go. Auburn fans, be thankful. Our next golfer, Hugh Freeze, didn't know Walmart's in Oxford had available burners for $30.
Oh, my
That's good.
gosh.
You should have totally done that. Totally.
So the PG version of that one, Brown, because I went and asked his handler and Kirk Sampson was here. I go, I need a one-liner for Hughes.
Right.
I ended up giving everyone a one-liner, and they had nothing. They were like, nah, nothing.
Did you say your boys got one?
And
Okay, I'm going to go with mine.
I did not. You gave me a hard time early in our relationship for burning you by sharing inside information. Flat Nose Georgia Dome. So I went.
By the way, that's not inside information. I think Auburn fans would have clapped.
Yeah. So I went. The next golfers is a first appearance here in his new job. He got a round of applause the other day at the HOA meeting here at Greystone because he becomes the first Auburn coach in the last century not to hit a house out here. Please welcome Hugh Freeze. And that got a nice laugh.
Okay.
I think mine was better, but
Yeah,
I get it.
it was.
How about this? Two things our next golfer, country music star Riley Green, is scared of: performing without audio tune and condoms.
Oh my God. You didn't do that, Dunaway?
Backed off of that one a little bit.
A little bit. You
Yeah.
just said, ladies and gentlemen, Riley Green.
Say, he sings.
Then my final one.
I ended up saying, touring with Luke Combs right now. One of his big hits, I wish Grandpa's never died unless he, hits a bad one off the tee box here, and I'll go a hell of a way to go. Which is his other hit.
Ah, that's good.
Yeah. And then he was upset that apparently I didn't say Jacksonville, Alabama, or he's not from Jacksonville, he's from Gunnersville or some other small town over there or something.
Should have said he's one of the one guys that's not on vocal rest right now.
Wow. Did he really get upset about
He
that?
didn't, but his buddy who had him in the group. The other guy, the one guy who I didn't have a bio on. And then that guy got up and I go, I assume Jacksonville from the way you reacted earlier. And he's like, Gunnersville. And I was like, Scottsboro? And he's like, Gunnersville. So I was playing with him.
But Dunaway, if you're sick next year, I'll do this. This is my final one. Our next golfer will be coaching his first college game the next time he coaches. But he's also the answer to a Trivia Pursuit question. Which is the only quarterback to win a Super Bowl with no talent?
Oh my
Answer,
God.
Trent Dilfer.
Oh my God. You didn't do that, did you?
No, please welcome the new UAB coach Trent Dilfer. Is the only thing I went there.
I mean, it actually would be pretty entertaining if the first tee announcements were just a roast.
Oh,
I mean,
well,
I
that's
think
what
it
I
would
was
be
going with.
very entertaining.
I do too.
That's what I was going with. So I took one of LT's on Peter Burns to try it out because Peter was was my first.
Yeah, my Peter Burns was good too.
I'll tell you what I said, and you give me the really R-rated version.
Peter doesn't care.
He said payback. He stopped his address and looked back. He goes, "Payback will be hell."
Yeah. What was the group? What was the crowd like?
It grew as it went.
But Peter was there.
Peter was there, probably about 50 people.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, here we go. Our next guest.
Did you use this?
The SEC Network's Peter Burns. He married a former Hooters waitress one day. He came home. His apartment was completely cleaned out.
She gave to go a whole new meaning.
Oh wow. Holy crap.
So I got close. And this is
She threw his clothes on that zip line they used.
now listen, this is my first official group.
I think I was on fire last night.
You were.
Boy, I'm telling you, you're right.
You were on something. You were on something.
You know where there's no rider strike, wherever Lance was. Yep, no rider strike there.
So,
Yeah.
I texted little T and the LT, and I was like, hey, they've got the former CEO of the tournament up there. It's very, they want it to be like Augusta National again. I'm not going to be able to get this. But then I mentioned to him, I said, man, I wish we'd just have a little bit of fun. And Ronnie Bruno said, you do whatever you want to do. So I figured we're good enough friends with Peter Burns. What a great one to test it out on.
Yeah,
right?
Peter won't care.
So I said, next is an LSU grad who loves our area so much. He married an Alabama grad, and he named his firstborn daughter after the greatest running back in Auburn football history, Bo. And he laughed, and the crowd laughed. And then I said, somewhere over the next 18 holes, get him to tell you about the worst Hooters to go story in his life. And he stopped, and he was like, payback's hell.
That's good. So that's when it stopped, though.
Yeah, no. That was the first one. I think my best line, the one I'm getting credit for, was my last line, to the point where Gene Hallman said, that may be your best line in 30 years of your career that I've known.
Holy crap.
And I was like,
that's a high bar. I mean, you had a good show Friday.
Yeah. But I mean, it was such an easy line. Tommy Tuberville's up. And, at first he's following Riley Green and Randy Owen. And I said, over the next 18 holes, who doesn't think at some point Tommy Tuberville's going to try to sell a hit country song to one of these two, one for the thumb?
Yeah.
A few chuckles. And then he rips one left into the trees. And I said, well, that's as far left as you'll see Tommy Tuberville ever. And I mean, the Republicans between here and there, as I was walking over, Dunaway, that was the best line.
That's a good line.
You did a great job.
I'll give you credit. You didn't have that one scripted. No way you had that one scripted.
No, I didn't have anything of it scripted.
Yeah, that was really good. Did Tommy get a good chuckle out of that one?
He did.
Okay.
He looked back afterwards and laughed and pointed at me. My favorite line of the day was with our buddy Greg McElroy from our former employer.
We never worked for ESPN.
Yeah, exactly. It's his birthday. So first we sang him a birthday. They had a cake for him and everything.
That's not awkward, is it?
Yeah, really.
It was. And he's trying to be.
You have to start the crowd like everybody singing.
I did.
Yeah.
I started the crowd.
Got the cake and I want a small piece, just a small one.
None of the purple icing. I've got to talk.
So when it got back, that was before they even teed up. His pro teed up, and then he's next. And I said, currently leading Aaron Rodgers on New York Jets all-time wins by 1.
So good.
Please welcome Greg McElroy.
That is good.
Did Greg like that one?
Liked it better than. Do you know who the Ponder guy is? Ellis Ponder.
Yeah. On the staff at Alabama.
Will you explain to people who Ellis Ponder
So
is?
Ellis is basically Nick Saban's right-hand man. I mean, he is the.
Do you consider that an insult to be called somebody's right-hand man?
I don't think so.
Because that's a phrase I used in this, but go ahead.
Okay. Oh, no. Ellis got pissed.
Ellis didn't seem happy.
Ellis, he's a good guy. He's a funny guy.
Hilarious.
Really good player. And he's on Alabama staff. He's basically the director of football. Ellis is the guy. Let me just tell you, this is my opinion of it. And I'm not saying this is actually his job description. But if random Alabama player got popped for a DUI last night,
He gets first call.
he gets first call, and it's on him to call Nick Saban.
Yep.
And give Saban the heads up. That's not his only job. He does a ton more than that.
Oh my God, yes.
But I'm just telling you, that's the type of guy. They're going to go Ellis first. Or if something good happens, right? I mean, Coach needs to know about this, is going to Ellis first. So he's basically Nick Saban's.
Yep. And as you said, Nick's out of the country.
Yeah,
So
he's leaving today to go to Italy. Yeah.
So Ellis is having a great time.
Probably playing in Nick's spot, it sounds like.
Great time. And, I've only seen Ellis in social situations where he's had a few drinks or, he's post around and everybody's having a good time. So he's got a great personality. So he gets up there. And I said, this next guy is Nick Saban's right-hand man. He runs every day of the Alabama football program. And with 2 regular season losses last year, we were lucky not to lose him with Pete Golding to Ole Miss.
Oh my God!
Please welcome Ellis Ponder. That got no laughs.
No. So nobody laughed, and Ellis certainly didn't laugh.
And Ellis certainly didn't laugh. He looked at McElroy, and both of them just shook their head and went back down and hid. So
you can't win all of them, Jim.
Yeah. I mean, I did throw out 40 lines, and there was a couple of.
Well, I'll tell you, man, we had some good stuff that we could have rolled with. We need to get approval next year for complete roast on T-Box one.
I think it goes a lot better. I think it goes a lot better to roast like that because they're having fun, and most of these guys aren't aren't very good. But I'll tell you, Ellis got up there.
He's a player now.
On my golfing tour, I don't know if you guys, when you're out golfing, Brown, if you ever used the phrase red ass, got a little red ass.
Got a little red ass in it. Yeah.
He was a little upset at me. He outdrove the pro right down the middle, almost drove the green on number one.
Red ass is normally coming off a double bogey. Or
that's right at us. Right at us.
Did you see it?
Here we go, right here, top of us.
Where?
Oh, wait, hit the top of the tent.
See, I've gotten too comfortable.
Yep, you have.
Yeah. In fact, I think we should put all these things in front of us.
I mean, it's going to be hard to get it through this little gap right here, but that one came right over us. I just happened to be watching that guy hit, and that hit the top. I don't know if you heard it, Lance. It hit the top.
Oh,
of the
I heard
tent,
it.
right?
I heard it.
Yeah.
We got a lefty.
We got a lefty. I told. Don't you agree, Dunaway? I told Lance the low hook lefty's probably not going to. A hook's not going to get high enough to get up in here.
No.
Yeah, but I'm such a bad golfer that my slice used to be so bad I would overcompensate.
Well, I got a player right there.
And basically, whenever I would turn my feet towards the right, I would hit a missile straight that way. So if anybody does that from the left side, we got a problem.
Yeah. No. This is. I mean, I've been in this situation here, not with our show, but just up here enjoying the cocktails. And I mean, it's like one every fifth group comes blazing in here.
Yeah. Do you feel confident we'll get one in here?
Oh, we just have.
Well, I mean,
I'm talking about one in here.
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean, again, it's a small opening, but we just had one hit the roof.
In fact, this guy's standing too close to the ball. There's a chance it's going to be him.
This guy looks like a decent little player right here. I'm just judging book by cover. He doesn't look awful. I mean, boy, he takes forever. They are going to get a slow play penalty.
I mean, is he still alive?
My God, somebody check his pulse. Oh, that's a good shot right there. No, that's a good shot. That's on the green.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, it is.
Yeah.
All right, we're out here.
So we almost died once.
We're out here at the Drummond Company Pro-Am, the region's tradition. A lot of stuff I'll tell you about this tournament, but I'll tell you lunchtime's going to hear soon for me because, I didn't eat dinner last night because I get so nervous about doing these public appearances. So I couldn't sleep last night. All I did was stand up and stay up and think about what could I say and could I not say.
What's going to upset somebody?
Yeah, what's going to upset somebody. Slice pizza is a great place for lunch. I would eat 2 of them right now. Absolutely.
Talked to our buddy Jason Bajaya, one of the founders of Slice last night. Again, they've got 4 incredible locations. The original in Lakeview, one in Vestavia, one in Crestline Park, one in Montevallo. You can get that to-go special tonight if you're leaving the golf course. Stop in, get the 12 wings, 2 of the specialty pizzas, a half pan of salad. It's only $75. They do it 7 days a week. They have got the best specialty pizzas out there, from the soul pie, the wing and a prayer, the Bajaya special. Is it this little piggy? Is it the one that's got all the pork on it?
The little piggy. Yeah,
the little piggy.
Yeah.
I got an idea. Why didn't Slice have a truck out here? For every slice, you get a slice of pizza.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that ain't bad.
A little bit of a reward for your bad play.
Not a bad idea at all.
Yeah, we'll work on that. Local pizza, local ingredients. Again, for more information, slicebirmingham.com.
There's a Celtics fan. If you want to get somebody going, Johnny Cogden, ABC 3340 from Boston. He was so pissed at the Celtics last night.
Y'all shit the bed last night.
It was up till 2 a.m. Come put on Rockstar's headset.
Yeah.
Go back. Go that way.
It doesn't matter. You just figure out how to get out here.
Yeah.
See if you can do anything without Speaks.
Yeah.
I'm still in the roast mode.
I noticed that. No, Johnny.
Let's keep it going.
Yeah. Johnny's about to talk with, you're going to hear the accent and know he is a Celtics fan. Johnny Cogden, ABC 3340, sports anchor.
As you set in and put this on, I'm going to say, by the way, a little young Greg Sankey.
Me?
You got a little Greg Sankey look.
And
your head is a bank account.
Yeah.
What's up,
dude? So, yeah, man, rough game.
It was awful last night.
I mean, I thought I couldn't figure out whether or not I wanted to play the Celtics minus the 7.5, and I knew they would win the game. There was no way they were going to lose that game.
They've lost their last 5 game 5s.
It's insane. But I was saying, look, the silver lining is you did this against Milwaukee last year.
Yeah, but it feels different. I feel like Missoula has no idea what he's doing. There was no adjustments. The pick and pop was just brutal last night. There was no adjustments. At least Ime, for all his faults that eventually took him down in Boston, he had this tough guy persona that people think Marcus Smart is. Marcus Smart's a professional flopper. Marcus Smart's not a tough guy. PJ Tucker is doing more work out there.
Foster Sports Truck Radio.
Love it.
Different.
I mean,
I love how in depth. Marcus Smart, though, there can't be a tough guy if you paint your hair green, right?
That and just the flopping. Every Celtics fan that wants to get on Joel Embiid for hitting the deck every time, I go, how can you look at yourself in the mirror when you root for Marcus Smart? I mean, they need a real culture change. The culture's not toxic. The culture's not toxic, but it's
We
it's
do
lacking.
sports talk radio
No,
here in the South.
I
It's
do
like
have to ask you
Alabama
this.
may have a quarterback room problem. Up there, it's like professional flopper.
Need a culture
Just like a
change.
professional
No,
flopper.
this is a team that I thought was going to win a championship last year.
We
And
thought
they end
the
up,
same with the
yeah.
Bruins.
Okay, well,
Oh, don't get us
hold on
started.
a second. But Missoula is a guy that seems overwhelmed, and you guys blew a game, I think, in round one because of Missoula and how he handled the end of that game. He just seems like he can't make the adjustments. And my question to you would be, if they don't get out of this series and don't even get to the Eastern Conference Finals as the favorite, is he out?
You know, I have absolutely no idea why they took the interim label off of him after the All-Star break. There was no reason to do that. Why? Because you won half your regular season games and you were a 2 seed? And I mean, everyone that watches this team knows, I mean, if they played Milwaukee in a 7-game series, it wouldn't shock anybody if the Bucks beat them. But the Celtics had more talent top to bottom, and Chris Middleton was in and out of the lineup all year. I mean, you add the 6th man of the year in Malcolm Brogdon, who's getting picked apart defensively in this series if you're watching him. And I can't believe I'm watching a series where Doc Rivers is out coaching our guy. And one of the big misses that,
By the way,
people
your
aren't-
last championship,
For-
Doc Rivers
Doc
was your
Rivers,
coach.
2008. It feels like a million years ago.
Former Celtic great coach and player.
Yeah.
Doc Rivers.
And Will Hardy, who left for Utah, that was a guy that was so integral last year on the bench. I mean, Joe Mazzulla, you know, they have the first row of coaches and then they have the second row of coaches.
Yeah.
Mazzulla was on the second row. He wasn't. He was handing Udoka the whiteboard. I mean, he's just. I like the edge and I like the aggression that he brought, but he's not accountable after these games. After Game 5, where they could have gone 2 for 1. Excuse me. Game 5, they could have gone 2 for 1 and they didn't. They were down 1. That's how you approach the situation if you're tied. If you're in a tie game and you want to get the last shot, go ahead. You're down 1. You have a chance to go 2 for 1. Give yourself 2 opportunities. You're down 1. Say you missed the shot. You foul someone on the other end. They hit both your shots. You still get a second shot to tie the game. So it's just inexperience. And when you have a team like this that's on the cusp of winning a championship and went to the game 6 of the finals last year and was a quarter away from being up 3-1 on Golden State, to have an unexperienced head coach that's never done this before, it's mind-boggling. And for all the great moves that Brad Stevens has made, and I think the Derek White trade was a fleece. I think trading Aaron Nesmith and picks for Malcolm Brogdon was a masterclass. But to completely ignore the head coach and say, hey, he'll figure it out. And look, everyone wants to talk about rookie head coaches. Darvin Ham's doing a hell of a job in L.A.
Oh, he is.
I mean, I feel like every other night there's a guy on that Laker team. I mean, Lonnie Walker is someone in, like, you do a 2K draft. He's like someone that's auto-drafted as your 15th guy. And out there, he's giving the Lakers 20 points.
Hey, and Austin Reeves is playing like an all-star. Hey, so is this like the worst month in Boston history?
Oh, my goodness.
Because your Red Sox are 8 back already.
No
We're
surprise.
early May. The Boston Bruins, we were talking about the greatest team in NHL history.
At this
regular
point,
season.
I'm ready to tear down the TD Garden and build it in Worcester. Just get it out of the city. I mean, the vibes right now have just been, and then
Not in Worcester.
But at least you've got Mac Jones this fall.
People think they're tough on the coaches here in Alabama. Jim Montgomery, the head coach of the Bruins, just had the greatest statistical regular season in the history of the National Hockey League. And 7 in every 10 guys back home want him fired.
Yeah.
Well,
Who cares what you do in the
I'm
regular
glad you came on and proved to me that I didn't oversell it to Maggie, because I mentioned you to her last night after the horrible period, the horrible quarter. I said that was bad 12 minutes. The next time my friend Johnny sees 12 minutes that bad, it'll end with a flat line, not a buzzer. Flat line.
But you know, and I'm not one for optimism usually when it comes to Boston sports. But as Lance, you were saying, they were in this situation last year.
There it is.
And
Always that's what a sports fan does.
And if
There's
you're
always that
Missoula,
hope.
you have to have Jason Tatum ready to go. He can't go 0-5 for his first 5 shots. He struggled to get a point in the first quarter last game. And you look at his stats, I call him Carmelo Tatum. He's got 30 something every game. If you didn't watch the game, and you just
11
looked
to
at him,
27.
and you'd be like, oh, he had a great game. No. If you watched any second of that game, that was a miserable experience. I think I tweeted after the first half, I don't know if I want to watch the second, and I should have taken my own advice because that was brutal. My poor girlfriend has to sit there with me as I'm just like despondent.
She's not from Boston.
No, she's from Montgomery. She's like, I don't get this. What did I sign up for?
Yeah. How about them biscuits?
But I mean, tomorrow night, if you guys do grab Game 6, again, it flips back, and I feel confident you actually get Game 7.
You know what? Usually Game 7 in the Boston Garden at home, that's a guarantee, a lock in any other year. I think they're 9-10 in their last 19 home games.
Wow.
The Boston Garden used to be a fortress. Remember back in 2008 when they won? Celtics were a 1 seed. They played the 8 seed Atlanta Hawks. The home team won every game in that series. I said, as long as they have the game on the parquet floor, they're not going to lose.
Yeah.
Right now, it's a coin flip.
Doesn't lose at home as the Nuggets.
No.
Yeah.
And, Kevin Garnett tweeted last night. Kevin Garnett doesn't really, as much as you associate him with the Celtics, he doesn't really talk to the guys. He came back when his jersey got retired last year. He tweeted something like, JT's got to step up, as in Jason Tatum. Like, put on the jetpack, kid. Let's go. Let's go. It's now or never.
Where are we moving the Garden? We're going to tear down
Worcester.
And
if they can't win in Worcester, we're going to put them in Springfield. And if we can't do that, we're going to put what Robert Kraft wanted to put the Patriots and put them in Hartford. We're just going to keep moving west until they can finally win another championship. Because, everyone likes to act like we're so spoiled and I had the greatest 20 years ever. But Dan Shaughnessy called it the curse of the Bamboo. I think it's the curse of Brady. You let Tom Brady walk, and you're never going to win a championship ever again in this.
I think we've got a little opportunity here to have a Boston podcast with this guy.
I love it. I love it.
Well, we have to slow down the speed of the words for me to.
It's even better.
I got to adjust for the Southern ear. I've been told many times. I've lived here for 8 years now, so.
And you're an Alabama grad, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I've lived here for 8. I had a brief pit stop in Tyler, Texas, the home of Earl Campbell and Patrick Mahomes for 3 years, and. Now I'm at 3340 working with Jeff Spiegel and Jamie Hale and everybody.
They have a TV station in Tyler, Texas.
They do. There's 3 of them. I work for the CBS.
Hey, so did football bring you to Tuscaloosa?
Yeah.
Because it's interesting talking to how many out of state now.
Well, it's funny. I had 4 roommates. I was one of 5. 4 of the 5 of us were from New England, Boston.
Really?
One kid from Frisco, Texas. It'd be funny. He'd wake up in the middle of the night and it'd have to turn the AC down like 20 degrees. Or turn it up 20 degrees, and you guys are freaking crazy. Yeah. He's like in 2 sweatshirts and sweatpants, and we're over there like in t-shirts and boxers, being like, grow up.
Yeah.
Grow up.
All right, quick break here. We're out here at the Drummond Company Pro-Am at the Regions Tradition today. This thing's been going on forever. Steve Stricker won it last year. He's had a chance to win 3 in a row, lost in a playoff. We'll talk more about what's going on here. Don't forget, you get tickets throughout. Brown told you how to do that last segment. Quick break here, Tyler. We come back 115 days away from college football, but we're knee-deep in golf and Boston sports right now on TNR.
Sixers and 6.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeo.usa.birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Holly Mack Wilson is the realtor you should use to help buy or sell a home. Why? For one, she is a professional with certifications in negotiations and buying and selling real estate. She also sells 70 homes every year. Think about that for a minute. 70 homes is the equivalent of almost 6 homes per month. That's more than 1 per week. That's crazy. It's because of her attention to detail, her marketing knowledge, and her professionalism. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson is also someone you can trust, which is crucial when making the biggest purchase of your life. What's even more important, she cares and wants to help. If you're buying or selling a home, she can help. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted, professional, and experienced Keller Williams agent.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub is overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
All right, we're hanging out here at the Regions Tradition as we continue with the Pro-Am, as always, on some road shows. A little connectivity problem with back there. We're going to assume you can hear us and continue on. Jim Dunaway, LT Brown, working behind the scenes. Rockstars rejoined us now. When I started hiking on this trip, I'm a big no-show sock guy. I don't really have any real socks.
Yeah, ankle socks.
Ankle socks. So now I've got these for hiking, and I don't like them. But they were the only cleans one I had today. It looks pretty bad.
I just like how that's what comes up.
I don't know. You know me. I don't like to waste good
Well,
stuff
those
in case we're on, not on.
Those look hot out here.
Yeah,
they are a little warm.
Yeah, those look like they got some wool to them.
Well, are they thick? Is that why they're hiking socks? Because
Yeah,
they prevent like blisters and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Oh,
so how are you guys doing today? Everything's going good?
everything's going great,
man. Everything's good.
We're out of the sun.
The weather. So we were, I don't know, 125 yards from where we are.
Good call.
On the tee box, yeah.
138 yard tee shot here.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Well, on the watering hole there, and last year, I mean, we can't over exaggerate how bad that sun was.
Yeah.
It was tough. We're not going to have that today, though. I promised you guys, right? When I came out here and they said, where do you guys want to be? I said, what's the sun going to be like right here? And they walked me through, the path of the sun. And they said, they promised me. They're like, you're going to be in the shade the whole time. What are you laughing at?
They walked me through the path of the sun.
Well, do you know where it sets and rises out here?
East to west. I just don't know where east and west is.
Brown came out here multiple times.
I wanted to make sure.
We covered that in the meeting.
We've got a fan blowing directly on us.
He's a nice guy, by the way.
What do we what was pause for? No, we paused for A+. The people that changed Brown's bathroom is what we did right there.
Quit. Dunaway, when we're in this situation, Dunaway loves to shot. I mean,
he does this.
That's right.
He's going to touch you.
Neil squeeze the shoulder,
squeeze the neck. Yeah.
You old son bitch.
You some bitch.
Hey, listen, my wife and I, we bought our house back in 2015, and the bathroom looked like it'd been there about 15 years. And that's when the house was built. We did not like the bathroom, the master bath, so we wanted to fix it. But, like anything else, we kind of kicked it down the road a little bit. And finally, my wife's like, all right, we're going to do this. Let's go. We're going to do it right now. So she jumped on the internet, scoured the internet, looking for the best person for the job. She looked at all the reviews. She called people that had used certain people. She talked to people, and she found Brad Bell, A+ Tile Home Remodeling. Brad Bell came out. He gave us an estimate, and he told me, he said, well, look, I want you to shop it around, but here's what you're going to find out. Some of these one-day deals, they come to a bathroom remodel in one day. A lot of times they just take a shower, and they throw it over the existing shower, which is disgusting. And you end up at times paying double what you normally would. So don't do that. We use Brad. We are so happy we did. Scott showed you all the time the before and afters from Huntsville to Mobile, from Tuscaloosa to Anniston, anywhere in Alabama. If you want to use Brad Bell, here's the number. 205-422-1758, 205-422-1758. Brad Bell, A+ Tile Home Remodeling. If you need that number, reach out to me on social media or email. I'll gladly share it with you. Brad Bell, A+ Tile and Home Remodeling.
Yeah, it seems like you guys have already talked about this, about Georgia turning down the White House. Did you do that?
Nope. Okay. Just in a brief mention about Kirby.
All right. Kirby's out here today, but yesterday Georgia turned down the invitations of the White House for June 12th because they said that it doesn't fit into the schedule of their student athletes. I don't know y'all's thoughts on this, but they're bringing the women's and men's national championship winners up in May on a day by themselves. they invited Georgia. When Alabama went back in the day, they went on a day when it was just Alabama football. They're inviting Georgia up on a day where all the other college national champions are going to be there. It's college athlete national championship day. When I saw that, I was like, that's a little insulting that we're going to bring the basketball two champions in on their own day.
Right.
And we're not going to bring the football team in on their own day. They were sort of carving them in with the softballs and the tracks and the hockeys and all of that. So I don't blame Georgia at all for tapping out. I have no idea if that's why they did it or not. But when I saw it, Brown, I just initially thought that invitation wasn't sweet enough for the college football national champions.
I wasn't aware of that aspect of it. Basically they said the dates just wouldn't work, which I thought was kind of weird. I mean, it's a time of year where if there is a date that's going to work for a football team, it's going to be in May. You can make that happen. That is the one time where you got a little bit of downtime. I hate it because there are kids on that team now that didn't get to go last year.
Yeah.
And you hate that it's going to happen that way. That's a once in a lifetime deal. Like, none of you guys ever been inside the White House, have you?
No, and I'm one of those that believes if you get an invite, you go. I don't agree with the politics right now, but I'm still going to go if I get an invite. But I agree with you. It's unfortunate for the younger kids that didn't get to go on the last trip. But if you're going to diminish the national champion Georgia Bulldogs by having these other people there, I don't have a problem with this now.
Do you think as the president, you'd be excited? Like when you wake up one day, what are we doing today? Oh, we got the Golden State Warriors thing today. Do you think he gets excited about any of that stuff?
I think Obama did.
Obama did, and he's the best that's ever done it.
Yeah, and I think Bush did it. I think he was
I think
excited
Bush
about
did,
it
yeah.
as well.
I think so, but I'm just saying President Obama in that setting was phenomenal. Like you could tell
he watches the game.
He watches the games. I mean, because he knew who everybody was. There's so many times
Rockstar to put the shirt on from the Cavs. Dude's name, we say, tell so-and-so to put his shirt on. They're in the celebrations.
Yeah.
The shirt. What was his name? Tattooed up.
J.R. Smith?
Yeah, J.R. Smith.
Yeah.
He said, tell J.R. to put a shirt on and everything. I thought that was funny. But do you think he wakes up, and Biden doesn't matter anybody, like, say, like, oh, we got the national championships of college football coming into like, oh, that's today.
Well, I mean,
oh, sweet, that's today.
I'd rather do that than get on the phone with the Prime Minister for Canada.
Yeah.
We got to do the pardon the turkey today. Like, oh, that's today.
Yeah, I think I look forward to doing that kind of stuff than I would the.
of course.
Hey, we've got an invasion in Pakistan, and
really-
they're one of
you're
those one that has the bombs.
You're really calm about that, but okay.
All right.
We got an invasion in Pakistan. When are the Warriors getting there? Golden State.
We'd love to talk about that, but Steph's out in the Rose Garden right now.
That's right.
I got to get.
Holy moly!
Yeah. I think they probably Rockstar look forward to that more than most of the crap they have to do on the day to day. But it probably does get like, oh my God, we got another team coming in here today. You got to be kidding me.
Hey, I wanted your observation from the first tee box, though.
Okay. You want to save it for the next segment? That'll be a good way to start the next hour of the show as we hit the top of the hour.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, top of the hour here. Show being brought to you, as always, in the Coke Zero chat room. Brownie's listening to that, watching that. So keep firing those in from all the video platforms. Brown will pass the good stuff along. Thought we had a really great next round cocktails yesterday with Kelly and Brittany. You can go and watch that on all the platforms. A very legendary shot backroom podcast that's on the video platform. Really unique. Probably would win some award if we submitted it.
No, we're going to submit it. We're not like that. We're not going to submit it.
Yeah, but
we're just doing a show, man.
Yeah, just not trying to impress anybody. Denny Crum, we told you, passed away yesterday. Joe Cap did too, as well. Was a Canadian Football League champion, also, quarterback the Minnesota Vikings to some championships and some great success. But it blew me away. He was the quarterback of the 1958 Cal Bears, who went to that year's Rose Bowl.
Yep. Oh, they went to the Rose Bowl?
That was the last time
the
Cal Bears went to the Rose Bowl.
Boy, they
was
came
the 1959 January 1st Rose Bowl.
So close in 2003 or 4 with Aaron Rodgers.
Was Marshawn Lynch on that team too?
He was.
Yeah.
But they had that great game against USC. It was in the Coliseum.
Who was the stud receiver? You had Aaron Rodgers, Marshawn Lynch. I thought they had
Deshaun Jackson.
Was he there at the same time, though?
I don't know if he was.
Yeah, I thought they had a really good receiver, not Deshaun Jackson. I could be wrong about that.
Hey,
it was a good team, though.
I think it was. Though.
We're starting to roll in. This was the first group I had the introductions out there. So Peter Burns is coming up in the group after this, I believe, or maybe two groups.
Oh, yeah?
Well, I hope this ain't payback as hell. He's aiming up.
I know if he knows we're up here.
I mean, he's good enough golfer that he could put it up here.
That's your buddy Phil Boozer right here about to hit.
Oh, it is.
Yeah. So he's about to.
I played with Phil a couple of times. Phil's a pretty good golfer, but he does every now and then want to get away from him.
He takes a cut at it too. It's going to hit us hard.
Be fitting for us if he lines one right between our eyes right now, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I would question whether it's intentional or not at that point. Boozer at the tee box. It's a 133 iron shot, likely knowing him a knockdown.
That's a beautiful shot.
Good shot right there.
Shot. That's going to
be
go
on
in
the
the
green.
hole. Yeah, beautiful shot there.
Yep.
All right, when we come back, I got an interesting thing from ESPN last night. They put out their junior rankings for the 2025 class. I got an observation for you, Brown.
All right.
You guys are going to love this. In fact, Taylor, wherever you are in the universe here, this will be something we'll need to send out. Maybe I'll make it one of my gym class heroes, but this is really fascinating as Lugan Bill and his guys put together the junior recruiting list. A little observation when we come back on the show. As I said, Coke Zero chat room, our friends at Bud Light, thank you so much. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Back in a moment.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
The month of March means many of you start your outdoor season in the Deep South. That means you're outside grilling, playing in the yard, and having a great time with your family. If you want that yard to look good and not be swatting mosquitoes the entire time you are in it, you need my friends at Wayne's. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Wayne's is celebrating their 50th anniversary, and that means you get $50 off each of your new services at Wayne's. The lawn care, the termite control, and the mosquito treatments, all $50 off. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Spring weather is here, and our friends at Hemp Hill Services are offering a $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call when you mention the next round. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com. That's 205-229-2090, hemphillservices.com.
The next round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
So many great new styles with our friends at Roback. Walking around at a golf course out here today, I've had so many people compliment the shirt from our friends at Roback. Remember, you get 20% off of your first order. TNR20, roback.com. But you got the American flag back here.
Yep.
On the back of this right here.
Yeah, that's a good looking shirt.
Red, white, and blue.
So I layered up.
America.
I ran into Eleanor Estes, our buddy from Redmont Vodka, and she was like, I love this look. And I'm like, I'm not a golfer, but I told the guys, I want the hoodies, but I need at least one golf shirt. And then you gave me the quarter zip. I don't know what the name of these are, but I'm about to skin this off and just go to that.
Yeah. Do whatever you want to do.
But this stuff is so comfortable, all their stuff. So again, I've got a closet full now of Roback and absolutely love all their merch.
TNR 20, by the way, at checkout, save 20%. TNR 20 at roback.com.
When I was walking out, Maggie says, hell, you look like you lost a Revolutionary War paintball contest.
Oh, Jackson Pollock got a hold of you.
I love this shirt. Looked good. Looked really good under a blue blazer earlier today. And it's the first time I've ever supported our gear out here. I've been usually wearing a Regions Tradition hat when I did first tee, but I just rolled on.
That way, I like it.
Can you tell year 3? I was like, if they don't invite me back to year 4, I'm going to
hurt.
I'm going to be good on this. I hate missing the start.
Well, if you would have used some of my lines, I don't think you would have gotten invited.
Well, I'm afraid Kirby Smart may not come back, and they're going to blame it on me for questioning.
That's probably what's going to happen.
Book writing.
No, I think when Kirby found out Nick's not here, he's like, okay,
all right.
So I just use the Italy excuse and I'm out.
All right, so we'll get to a little college football conversation, future college football with high school recruiting. ESPN sent out their top 300 players for the 2025 class, the juniors. And I've got an observation I want to make here. But first, if you will, Brownie, tell us about our friends at mybookie.ag. Remember to gamble responsibly, mybookie.ag.
And we do have a touch of breaking news on the backside of this, don't we? Major League Baseball, we'll talk some of that with Fuhrman and these NBA playoff odds coming up just a little bit later on. And you can play it at MyBookie, mybookie.ag, code next round, mybookie.ag, code next round. Your one-stop shop for all your betting needs. You can lock in futures on your favorite club to win the World Series. Take advantage of crazy boosted odds via the MyBookie money bag. MyBookie makes it simple for you to sign up and play. You bet, you win, they pay. You bet, you win, they pay at mybookie.ag. Don't forget code next round when you sign up to secure that first deposit bonus of $1,000. Simple. Deposit $200, play with $300 instantly. Just use promo code next round at mybookie.ag to claim that bonus. Mybookie.ag, code next round. Whether you're a diehard or just a casual, simply put, there's never been a better time to start exploring the world of online sports betting than with mybookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with mybookie.ag, code next round. Mybookie.ag, code next round. According to Pete Thamel, who was with ESPN, sources tell him West Virginia and Coach Bob Huggins. How do you think I'm going to finish the sentence?
Agreed on an extension.
Are finalizing. I'll use the next phrase. West Virginia and Coach Bob Huggins are finalizing
a deal
settlement
to remove him as coach of the West Virginia Mountaineers.
Details for him to return to the sideline next season.
Fantastic.
In the wake of him using an anti-gay slur on a radio interview earlier this week, he is expected to receive a suspension, a $1 million salary reduction, and sensitivity training.
Yeah. And
sensitivity training is the worst part.
No, it really is. I mean, he's got all the money in the world.
He probably said, if I give up $2 million, I have to do the training.
I'm just saying, though, that as a guy who believes that, you should forgive people if they are not ill intent in, making some kind of comment. You should not be judged by one mistake in life forever. Yes, held accountable, and that's holding him accountable, but he shouldn't lose his job over that.
Well, people said, I saw this in the chat room, and I don't disagree with this. Actions come with consequences, but the consequence doesn't always have to be being fired. And, I don't know Bob Huggins' history on things of this nature. I really, like Clay Travis said yesterday, and you can agree or disagree with Clay. I don't agree with everything Clay says. I agree with this. I don't go to Bob Huggins for thoughts on this type of thing, right? So, I don't know what he has said or not said the entirety of his career, but if the people at West Virginia are like, look, he screwed up, but this is not something that has been repetitive for him. This is not a problem we've had to deal with time and time again. So we're going to punish him, but we're also not just going to crumble him up to him to the side. Now, I'm also not naive enough, Lance, to think if Bob Huggins didn't have 700 wins, he'd be fired right now.
Does he not have to do? Has he not done the public apology yet?
Oh, yeah, he did that. He did that right away on Twitter. I don't know that he's faced the camera yet.
But I mean, suspended. $1 million. I mean, those are big things. You're going to be suspended a certain number of games. I said 6 the other day would be a good one. And then $1 million. I mean, I don't care who you are. $1 million is $1 million.
I am glad. I am very happy that West Virginia did this because I think we have gotten way past the point of not forgiving. The cancel culture is out of hand. I mean, we talked about Matt Araiza, the former San Diego State punter, who was drafted by Buffalo and was released before his first game because there was an accusation that he was involved in a gang rape. And now it comes out he wasn't even at the party. And just think about what that did to his life.
Yeah.
I think well, the part I read, I thought he was at the party, but wasn't in the room when it was
No, but he
happening.
had left by the time that happened.
But he was at the party at one point.
Yeah, but he wasn't at the party when this awful situation went down. And now this kid's life, I don't want to say is ruined. I mean, I hope somebody out there gives him a shot to come into a training camp and actually compete for a job. But it'll never be the same. And my point is, at least there is some hope that we're getting back to normal. Look, some people should be punished. Some people should lose their jobs. But, Johnny Depp, 2 years ago, the Amber Heard thing, he just would have been canceled. He would have been gone.
Well, Deshaun Watson made it out alive. He got actually paid.
No, he did. I mean, he's one of the highest paid quarterbacks in the NFL.
So there are stories of the opposite end where, like, this guy continued with it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
but
and, I mean, and he, settled a lot of that stuff out privately, which, people can make their opinions based on that.
But when I first heard the audio, I thought there was no way that Bob Huggins was going to survive that. And then you guys and Clay made a good point. The culture is much different in West Virginia.
Right.
And if he would have been the coach at UCLA, there is no chance he survives.
Yeah, no chance at all. So that's developing news right there. Matt Hayes coming up in our next segment. We will move our conversation. Well, we can do it right here.
We can do it
it's
right
good
now.
enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, the show being brought to you. You've already told us about my book.
Yes,
Tell
sir.
us about Harbin's Outdoors as I watch these tee shots, and I'll cover you while these guys are hitting on the tee box, and then we will get to this pretty interesting thing that I've noticed about high school recruiting.
Harbin's Outdoors, award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, hardscaping. Jeremy and his team, one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the lighting, final hardscapes around the pool, everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors. See it for yourself. You can call, text Jeremy, great guy. You can do it directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbin's, you and your home are the center of all that they do. Call them today for all of your landscaping needs.
They just had one, and you're already in the cart, and that ball's still rolling backwards towards the hole. Good shot there by, I think Suko's his last name, if I remember from the first tee there.
That'll be Coca-Cola family right there.
It is?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, all right.
Well, his shot didn't Suko.
Pulling hard for him. His if that's who that is, Jim, his mom was my Spanish professor at Jacksonville State. I know you're going to make some jokes about that.
So
He's still waiting on you to come back in.
She's still in the classroom tapping her fingers on the desk.
He's getting high fives running down the road. How far did it suck back up?
I don't know. I heard the crowd react up here.
Oh my gosh. It's
almost a hole in one.
It's a tap in. I could go up there and tap it in. They're not going to have to putt that, Brownie. It's a give me. Almost a hole in one. It was rolling towards the hole. And he wasn't going to see it go in. He was getting back in the car.
Yeah, they're keeping them moving, man.
Yeah, ready to go. I think Peter Burns is going to be in the next group. See if y'all can pick
Yeah,
Peter.
Peter's pretty easy to pick.
That's him right there, isn't it?
Yep.
That's Peter right there.
He's a good player too. Peter is.
Yeah. 138. He won't be hitting from the backs. He'll be able to dial this thing in pretty good right there. He's cut up too. Peter's a good guy.
Sounded like you sleep with him or introduce him with the tee.
I mean,
attractive man.
Can he hear us now? I'm trying to get back into the good graces. So line one right at us.
Can he feel this sexual tension?
So ESPN's 300 last night. Congratulations, some local guys who there's only 6 5-stars, 6 of them according to ESPN in the 2025 class. That includes 5-star wide receiver Ryan Williams from down in Saraland, Alabama, and then 5-star corner Parker High School's Naheem Offord. So there's only 6 5-stars in all of America. 2 of them are here in the state of Alabama.
How about that?
No, but these guys can work their way up to 5-star.
Yeah, there'll be more.
They could adjust.
I think it's normally 25 or so. Yeah. Is that about right?
I mean, I don't think there's a set number.
No, but I'm just saying. I think what it normally ends up being.
So 2 of the 6 right now, according to ESPN 300, are from Alabama, and that gets to my point. Of the top 11 recruits, I mean, we've always said what the best states for recruiting have always been what? California, Florida, Texas.
That is right.
Right. And then Georgia has come into
that's old school. Georgia has come in the mix. Florida, Georgia. Right now, I'd say Florida, Georgia, Texas, California are your top 4.
For the 2025 class, I want you to start putting a little name in the Alabama category. Okay.
All right.
Top 11.
Mm-hmm.
3 are from Alabama,
Mm-hmm.
2 from Texas, Florida, Georgia, 1 from Michigan, 1 from North Carolina. So
All right.
Alabama leads the way in the top 11.
Not even per capita. This is just straight numbers,
Straight up.
right? Okay.
Top 30, Alabama leads the way. Alabama with 6.
Yep.
Georgia and Florida with 5. Texas with 3. California and Tennessee with 2. How about that?
I mean, that's pretty impressive. You're right. And it seems like Dunaway, now I haven't kept up with it, but it seems like this is cyclical, that we'll hit a cycle where Alabama is just like huge in recruiting, and then it never really falls all the way off, but for a couple of years, it'll dial back a little bit to just a normal spot, and then it'll bump up again. I don't know why that would be the case, but I feel like this happens like once every 3 years where everybody's like, hey, in Alabama, it is a killer class.
Yeah.
But this is that year, huh?
I mean, it's a good one. And you go top 50. Georgia leads the way with 10.
Yep.
But Alabama and Florida are tied with 8.
Wow.
In the top 50. California's got 6. They're next. Texas only has 4 in the top 50.
That's hard to believe.
And I just wonder what's happening to Texas
Is
high school
Thompson
football.
recruiting all the California and Texas kids?
Maybe. We'll have to ask Lunsford about that. But I just thought it was interesting that I mean, first of all, if you look at the SEC footprint, I mean, throw Texas in there with 4. Mississippi's got 1 in the top 50. Louisiana's got 2. Tennessee's got 2. Georgia's got 10. Florida's got 8. And Alabama's got 8. So, poor South Carolina in this cycle. Nobody in the top 50 there.
That has been an ongoing problem for South Carolina, though. A lot of people used to point at it and say why you couldn't win there, but now Dabo has recruited very, very well there. So I don't think you can just automatically blanket point out and say South Carolina can't produce good players anymore. They've been able to do that some recently, but it has long been a problem for the state of South Carolina. They don't produce a ton of good players. Dunaway's man crush Peter Burns on the 10th tee. Where'd he go, Jimmy?
Just between the trap and the rim of the green. He'll have to putt from off the green on the collar.
So you would take that shot, though, right?
Oh, I would, because I'm great at putting from the collar.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's something to brag about.
Why hit it on the green when you can putt from
Hey,
the collar?
is Ellis Ponder playing with Burnsy?
No, he is with McElroy.
Okay, because that's the one that owes you something.
Well, yeah,
Burns did too.
Yeah, I think Burns worse. If anybody asks him about the Hooter story,
well, you can always blame me. I mean, I was you
were the
your ghost writer.
Yeah, I mean, I could tell him, show him the real story of how much I actually watered it down.
That's true. I mean, if you show him what Lance sent, he will see that you have been really good to him.
Yeah, but I don't know if you guys remember when we were doing, our first setup on the next round from the River Chase Galleria, and we were in the old McMillan's Big and Tall, and Peter came by, and I asked him about the story, and he went into the entire story.
He told the whole thing.
But it was a great story, and I had a lot of people, a lot of great feedback on that.
It is one. I told him this the other day. He and I were talking on the phone a couple weeks ago. And I told him it's still, I mean, we have done a ton of stuff since then. That was literally our launch. And people still reference that to this day. That's how good a segment it was and how good a story it was.
Well, and look, and I think there are moments like that. And Peter was a young guy when that happened. Those are teachable moments.
Yeah.
And you learn, and that actually helps you become who you actually are.
And to his point, his life turned out better because of it. I mean, he's lived a good life.
Eddie Robinson Jr. of Alabama State with that tee shot right side of the green there. Not a bad shot for him as he, I did the old, that next is a guy who is swag. He said last year that he was swag. So much so that he sent Deion Sanders out of the SWAC off to Colorado.
Did Eddie like that one?
He did.
I bet they all like taking a shot at Deion. I bet they SWAC. There is no love lost for Deion Sanders there in the SWAC, I would imagine. They're happy to see him going.
Yeah, because now the top of the standings are open, right?
That's right. Yeah,
open to get some wins. All right, we will try to yell at Peter Burns here and get to Matt Hayes coming up on the other side as we roll on. Again, last night in baseball, we had a Tampa Bay loss to when you're playing the team that's in second place, it's such a swing of the standings, right?
Oh, it really is.
I mean, if you win, you go up by 7.5, you lose, and it's down to 5.5 as Baltimore beat Tampa Bay 4-2. Atlanta beat Boston 9-3. Max Fried is going to be out a few weeks, but that didn't stop them last night. How good were the Oakland A's at one point? Last night, Matt Olson hit a 2-run homer in the first inning. Sean Murphy, the catcher they got in the offseason, had 4 RBIs and 3 hits. Both of those were young A's that basically the Braves stole from them.
Well, I don't know if they stole them. I think it was Buster that told us the A's are really living out what we saw in the classic Major League movie back in the day.
So
where the chick just wanted to sell it. She wanted to take them to Miami. She wanted to get rid of the organization. And so she brought on all of these parts, sold off the good parts. It's almost what you got with the A's. I mean, it's an embarrassing product to watch.
We're out here at the Regions Tradition. You can come out here all weekend long, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It's a beautiful day here. You still got time to get out here and see all the amateurs today, all the stars here locally. 18 major Brown, is this good? 18 major champions are in the tournament. 61 tour winners, 8 Hall of Famers are out here. Ernie Els, Retief Goosen, Padraig Harrington. Okay, I got that one right.
Yep.
Bernhard Longer.
Yep.
Yeah. Larry Mize, Colin Montgomery, Vijay Singh, and Jose Maria Olazabal.
Oh,
are all out here.
Vijay Singh's Rockstar's favorite.
I gotta see old VJ
player of all time.
Yeah. Barkley and John Daly are good friends, and they had a good moment on the first tee. You can see that on our social media platform. Taylor Korn is sending that out and catch some of the first tee drama and fun from today's Pro-Am, the Drummond Company Pro-Am out here at the Regions Tradition. All right, you've done Harbin's, you've done my bookie. We'll take a break here, and we'll get to Matt Hayes when we come back right here on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store. Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing. There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Back with you on TNR. Thanks to Tyler Forrester, Lunsford, everybody back there who's holding down the fort as we're out here at the Greystone Country Club on an absolutely sunny, beautiful day out here, is it not?
It is gorgeous. It is gorgeous, and it's always a good time, even at the Regions Tradition, to talk a little college football. Matt Hayes is the National College Football writer for Saturday Down South, at Matt Hayes CFB on Twitter, at Matt Hayes CFB on Twitter. Also,
show host down at 1010XL in Florida, in Jacksonville. And he's with us now. Talk a little college football on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Matt, welcome in today. Hope everything's going well. Tyler, we do not hear Matt.
You guys got me?
Oh, we got you now.
Gotcha.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Hope you're doing well, Matt. And
Doing great. How y'all doing?
I'm going to start with a team that you see a lot of there in Jacksonville. And we were doing some, I think it was DraftKings over-unders yesterday, and the Florida Gators were at 5.5, and we're next to last in the Southeastern Conference. Where are the Florida fans right now with Billy Napier? I know it's only been 1 year, but I also know that has historically been an impatient fan base.
On the ledge or close to it, honestly. I mean, they realize it's not going to change quickly. They realize they don't have a quarterback, but I think there are some who are patient. There are also some who think, all right, well, the guy had a chance to get a quarterback in the portal and chose Graham Mertz, or Graham Mertz was the only guy who said yes. Either way, it's not good. Either way, it's not a good situation. I think they got hurt with the whole Jaden Rashada stuff, where the he said she said about the $13 million, which is just an absolute joke. But whatever, it's another story for another time. That whole thing hurt them because at the very least, your fan base at least sees a young guy that has potential. And if you play him this year and if you win 5 or 6 games, it's okay because you got a young guy that has potential and you got another young guy, a 5-star guy coming in the following season. But yeah, it's not. It's certainly not what this fan base, which is historically very impatient, likes right now.
We brought this up yesterday. We were looking at win totals for next season, and I think Florida's was 5.5. And we looked at that schedule, and it looks like a 5-7 or 6-6 year. And we talked about 5-7 in year 2. Could that possibly get Billy Napier fired?
No, and I'll tell you why. Because as crazy as these fans are here, there's no chance that Florida's going to pay $32 million to let Billy walk away or force Billy to walk away. It's not going to happen. It's just, I mean, they're going to have to be patient. There's no doubt about it. They may not like it. They may not like where it's headed after a year, but there's no way they're running. There's no way they're running him out. No chance in hell.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy.
Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the next round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Back with you on the next round from the Greystone Country Club. We'll catch back up with Matt Hayes again another day and talk to him about what's going on in Florida but around the SEC. One thing he writes about at Saturday Down South this week is about the quarterback situations and where they are in the SEC right now and where Alabama and Auburn are specifically at this time, not in his top 9 of the best quarterbacks in the SEC. Sort of something we agreed with when we ran through that list.
Yeah, it was interesting. Graham Mertz, and we didn't get to hear his answer for Billy Napier, but it sounds like Billy Napier is safe regardless of what happens this year. But Graham Mertz, coming out of high school, when Paul Chryst signed him, that was the highest recruited player in the history of Wisconsin football.
Right.
And I think I saw one really good game from Graham Mertz, and then everything was blah after that. And I think him going to the SEC is going to be a disaster.
We're not far from SEC Media Days up in Nashville, 75 days. So it'll be interesting when we gather up there in all of our shows, and we'll have a variety of things we'll be telling you about as we get closer to that, how we'll be handling SEC Media Days this year. We're really excited about it, but it'll be fun to talk to people around the league that cover specific teams just to, because I feel like I don't know if it's set in for Alabama fans yet on where the perception is on around the league of what Alabama's quarterback situation is. I think Auburn coming off last year, the Auburn fans are sort of used to it. I don't know where Florida fans are and the people that cover them on a daily basis. I can't wait to get up to Nashville and talk to them about the reality of the current Florida Gator program.
So we did this with Alabama. If I put a ballot in front of you right now and said fill out the East, I mean, I know you put Georgia, you don't even think twice.
So you got Georgia. Are you doing it right here?
Yeah, I'm going Tennessee too.
All right, Tennessee
and I
too.
really don't think twice about that. I'm
All
going
right,
Kentucky 3.
You're going Kentucky 3. You do think twice about that. I mean, you'd at least consider South Carolina.
I would
there, right?
consider South Carolina, but I would go South Carolina 4.
Okay, I think the exercise is obvious now. I mean, look how quick it is before you even consider Florida.
I think I'd
or
put
how long it is.
I think I'd go Missouri in front of Florida.
Yeah, I was Missouri, Florida is the debate, and then there's Vandy at the end.
Yeah, I would have to see where that Missouri Florida game is. I think it's in Columbia though.
Yeah, I mean, that is a now. And to Matt's point, used to you would get almost any coach got 3 years, right? Almost any coach back in the day got 3 years. I mean, even if the first 2 were disasters, almost. Now I know there's been, Howard Schnellenberger at Oklahoma and things like that. Almost any coach gets 3 years.
Well, in the old days, Brown, and if you're over 40, you may remember this. You got 4 years because you were selling recruiting.
It was a full recruiting cycle. Like he gets to his recruits, they get to graduate. But anymore, as Matt was just talking about, with the accessibility of the transfer portal, you can build quick.
Yeah.
And to me, like when you have a year like Billy Napier had, and it's obvious you need quarterback, which, by the way, the quarterback you did have just got drafted. What was it, number 4?
Number 4 overall.
I mean, how bad did you need quarterback last year? I mean, you had a guy that is about to play in the NFL, and you couldn't win any more games than that. But done away with the accessibility of the transfer portal and the success people have had, that patience runs out now. You just don't get the same pass that you once had because everybody knows he can get to the portal, he can get a quarterback, if not year 1, year 2. I mean, look at Hugh Freeze. Hugh Freeze came in and scanned the landscape at Auburn. And the one thing he said was, I can't sit still. Is Peyton Thorne the ultimate answer? No, but I got to do something.
Between Kyle Trask and Tim Tebow, quarterback for Florida's been a disaster.
Yep.
Much like Texas. I mean, you had Vince Young, you had Colt McCoy, and then you hadn't had great quarterback play. Now there's an expectation for Quinn Ewers. We saw a flash. I assume he's going to be really good this year. But to me, not only is it amazing those programs are where they are right now, and there is probably a correlation, but how you can't get good quarterbacks on those campuses.
It is puzzling, but you're right. I mean, Trask has been really good, and Tebow was really good. Other than that, for the most part, it has been a disaster.
Our friends at Redmont, bringing you part of the show today, had a great chance. I introduced Charles Barkley with all his NBA accolades as the owner of Redmont Distilling. And he has a very black Redmont golf shirt on today. You'll see Barkley walking around with the proud red and black colors of Redmont vodka out here. Great product and just a great group.
Well, and if you want some Redmont vodka, did you guys realize that's their tent right here on the hole we're on?
How about that?
On the backside of the green, that is the Redmont vodka tent. So you can go up there and you can enjoy Redmont vodka refreshments. I would assume that transfusion is going to be huge out here. It seems to be on golf courses.
Almost, would you run and get me one of those?
I kind of would like a transfusion
Me
too.
Be a great way to kick off the day.
Yeah, I'll work on that.
Yes.
Again, their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont vodka. It's made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, gluten-free, available at your local package and ABC stores. Also available in 22 states. Asked for by name. It is Redmont vodka.
Okay, let's keep a little running score if we can of the celebrities I recognize. And you tell me green or not green, okay?
Like, do they hit the green or not?
Yeah.
Is this Taylor?
Taylor Hicks is the guy in the black.
I'll tell you what, Taylor hits a slice too.
With what appears to be a harmonica in his pocket.
Of course.
Brag.
I've played a That's that harmonica, or you just on American Idol? I've played a lot of golf with Taylor. Taylor plays a slice. So we are in the danger zone with Taylor.
Taylor's going to hit first.
Yeah, I mean, he and I have played a good bit of golf together, and Taylor's going to play it left or right pretty hard.
The guy in the brown hat is the Mills guy from REM.
Mike Mills, really nice guy.
Yeah. Tremendous guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to say, that's Mike Mills in the straw hat.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, that's who I played with last time with Mike Mills and John Daly. And really, really nice guy.
Yeah, he looks like he's that open face.
Oh, no, Taylor plays a slice.
Yeah,
I'm telling you.
it's coming this way.
But Taylor Hicks not a bad golfer though. No, he's not. No, that's what I said. He's not a bad golfer. He just
might be going deep.
We didn't make the prediction on or not, so that game didn't work. We'll try.
I can't imagine how exciting it must be.
I would have gone no. So Mills, on or not?
Mike Mills also a pretty good golfer. I'm
gonna
going to
say
say
off.
Mike Mills hits the green.
I'm going to say off.
You know, last
So
time
two offs and one on.
Last time I played with Mike Mills out here, you know, Wimp was in our group too, and it was on this hole that they were told they were playing the wrong tees. That he and Wimp are supposed to go up a tee, and it's interesting that Mike now is back there on the same tee as Taylor.
He's OB, my friend.
Yeah, much like Taylor, they have overflown the green. It's
that's
only
okay.
138 from down there. They're hitting a 138 shot.
That one might have been a little thin. Came out
Which,
kind of low.
which would be my sand wedge at 138.
Who we got in the pink shirt here, Dunaway?
I do not know him.
Okay.
Yep.
So game over, huh?
Yeah. I think the other guy is Bo Jackson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bo
This
is
is not Bo Jackson.
no, I can promise you, I can tell that's not Bo Jackson.
I don't think Bo's out here today, is he?
No,
Yeah,
he's
yeah, Bo's out here.
He's
I've already seen him.
He's gonna be the
Okay.
next guy hitting.
Yeah.
After this, Bo kept thinking because I skipped over Bo. He was supposed to be the one after the pro, but I was saving him for last.
That's a
And
good shot.
We didn't call him though.
We did not play on green or off green with that one.
I'm gonna go on green with Bo.
Now, Bo scares me because of the Stan White. No, it was Tim Brando, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was Sam Brando. Bo was in the group. I think Bo carried him off like Stan was wounded on the battlefield.
On or not for Bo?
I'm going to say Bo misses the green.
I'm going to say he's on.
I'm gonna go on.
Oh, he just changed clubs on you.
Yeah, well, it's 138. Somebody just said Bo.
He's probably overthinking it. Well, the way they hit it, I mean, if Bo hits it like that, somebody's going to get
well, Bo's
dent in the skull.
Bo kept thinking it was his turn to go, and after he's, I'd start introducing somebody else, and he would step back. And after the second time he did that, I go, well, one thing Bo apparently doesn't know when it's his turn to go.
That's the one thing he doesn't know. Bo on the green.
He is on the green.
Yep.
That's a great shot.
Yep.
Yep.
Way to go.
Heisman Trophy winner Bo.
Yep. Greatest
Jackson.
athlete of all time. So Brown, you're quickly, Mr. Golfer's down 2-0 to both of us.
That's right.
Yep. Sorry.
I didn't know. Do we have anything on the line, though? I didn't worry about this.
$1 million.
I need to hit a ATM while I'm out here.
Well, just Bob Huggins penalties. If you want to, I'll back it down. We can just play for the Jokic penalty.
Hey,
25
randomly,
grand.
how good is this house that is on this green
Perfect.
because of the setup with the patio they've got and the pool area?
You ought to buy it, Lance. You're selling yours.
Well, I don't know if theirs is for sale.
Yeah, anything's for sale.
I don't know if I'd want to live on a golf course. It seems peaceful.
But if you're going to be on a golf course, this is the best place to be. It's in a par
Yeah.
3, and it's halfway in the middle, so you're not bothered by the people at the tee or the green that much. You're halfway here. Nobody playing golf should be right here.
Yeah, I don't think I would say, wow, I don't think anybody, like maybe once a week you get a ball over in maybe the back patio area, right? Maybe.
Speaking of back patios,
Rarely. I mean, rarely should you do that.
Speaking of back patios,
Yeah.
you could see a lot of that back patio.
I mean,
That's a
you
little surprising.
You would really have to, maybe lose one from the cheeks to get it over there, I think.
That really made no
Hey.
sense. It was a play of words.
But you know what? That guy ain't playing from Ortiz, if you've noticed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
that's true.
Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Lake Fest. Man, its weather has got me excited for the weekend. You look right through there. You see a little bit of the water on 18.
Yep.
See a little bit of that water on 18.
You'd like to have a boat out there?
Does that not get you excited for Lake Fest right through those trees?
Y'all are going to see.
The Velcro Pygmies.
Velcro Pygmies, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out the weekend right now. I mean, we're approaching it. Look, if you haven't made plans, Logan Martin Lake Fest Boat Show presented by AmFirst, May 12th through the 14th at Logan Martin Lake in Pell City. Free public admission. Bama's biggest in-water boat show, 80 boats, vehicles on display, vendors, food trucks, live music all weekend, including the Velcro Pygmies on Saturday. And don't forget, Sunday, it's Mother's Day, free mimosas for the moms out there. For more information, LoganMartinLakeFest.com.
All right. We're working our way towards the top of the hour here. Todd Fuhrman from Vegas coming up at 12 noon Central Time. Would a good T-shirt idea for some and put them in different SEC colors? Like in this case, Florida orange and blue, TG4V. Thank God for Vandy. Sell them at SEC Media Days.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah. Thank God for Vandy.
It's not a great idea because it's the last shirt you want to be wearing.
I think if I was a professional golfer, I would go Rams and USC colors, and I would just alternate.
Would you?
Yeah, I think I would. I'd go Payne Stewart, but I wouldn't care about the geography of the course. I would just go with my teams.
Yeah, I think I would go with the classic Buccaneer colors, the
creamsicle,
creamsicle orange, and then some of the battle red.
No, the creamsicle would look good on a golf course.
Yeah, absolutely. Brown, what color would you go with? Dolphins orange and blue.
I don't know.
Not a bad color.
No, those are good golf course colors.
Yeah, those are good golf. I've got that new shirt from Roback that's basically got those colors on it.
So I've been wearing that.
So
Speaking of Dolphins, by the way, they're not going to be the opening game. We mentioned that at the open of the show, and we've, of course, gotten distracted about 7,000 times and haven't gotten back to it, but they're not going to be the first Thursday night game. If the Chiefs are that first Thursday night game, which they normally are, as the defending world champion, Dolphins Chiefs are going to play in Germany. Now, I'm torn on this because.
Is that the only one you know?
No. I know them all the international games.
Yeah. No, but I mean, there's another big announcement about the Dolphins today. Have you seen it? They are getting to play the first Black Friday game.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm all about that.
Day after Thanksgiving. Black
When
Friday.
did that announcement come out? I missed that.
It came on my alerts as I was sitting down to join the second segment of the show, but I just assumed y'all, because it was an alert, I figured you'd already got it. They played Aaron Rodgers and the Jets
on Black Friday.
On Black Friday. So you get the New York market, Aaron Rodgers, Jets, and Dolphins on Black Friday.
Yeah, at least yours is different playing in Germany.
Germany's a great atmosphere. Bucks played there last year. It was fantastic.
Yeah, I am torn on it. This is going to be a November 5th game. And the reason I am torn on it is I hate the European games as a fan. I prefer my team, and you're different on this, but I prefer my team to play a primetime game. I want my team in primetime as much as possible. That's the easiest viewing situation for me. I get a lot of noon kicks as a Dolphins fan. The one thing I do not want is that 9 a.m. international kick. Absolutely hate it.
It's awful.
It is awful. And I end up missing a lot of the game. It's not a good situation. But the part that I'm not torn on is now I don't have to play the Kansas City Chiefs at Arrowhead.
That's right.
That is a little bit of a win for me.
Home game,
it's a Kansas City home game. Dolphins are not losing the home game. Kansas City is, because if you remember yesterday, Lance actually said he thought that would be the Thursday night
one of two.
game.
I thought it would be that or Cincinnati.
Yeah, I think it'll be Cincinnati, and I thought that yesterday too. But yeah, that is a Kansas City home game they're losing, which is amazing to me. I know the NFL says they're going to take a home game, that everybody's on the table to lose home games for these international games, but that is such a good, passionate fan base to take a home game away from them.
Yeah.
I
in
know
the heyday of their franchise,
Yeah.
I mean, if you were like going to take one from Tampa Bay right now, it's like, we're going to be 3-14,
right?
4-3. You're going to take away the Chiefs' heydays, some of their home games of the Mahomes, Kelsey, those days winding down. You're going to take away one Sunday to see them at home.
I know
that does suck. There.
Look, I know attendance hasn't been good for Jacksonville, but for them to play 2 international games, that's ridiculous.
That was wild to me, and that's a playoff team. I know you say attendance, but it's not like, to Dunaway's point, that's a 3-14 Jags.
Well, that's
team.
what I was going to say though.
Yeah.
Like if I'm a diehard Jacksonville fan, and there are some of those, and we have finally recycled back to being good, and 2 of my games are over in London, I think it shows you Shad Khan really wants them in London.
I just don't see any way you can do it, Lance.
Well, I don't either.
And he may want them there, but I just don't see any way you could put them in London.
This will be the Ellis Ponder, Greg McElroy group that's about to come up, I believe.
Yeah.
I think that's Ellis there in the white hat.
So Dunaway may get killed right here. So Dolphins Jets, a 2:00 Black Friday kick. Streaming on Amazon, right? That's where that game will be, is streaming on Amazon. So they get a Germany game and a Black Friday game. But I'm kind of torn on that whole Black Friday, or torn on that whole Germany deal, because I do like not having to go to Arrowhead, but I just can't believe they are playing 5 international games now, and 2 of them are Jacksonville.
Well, I will tell you, the Germany game, though, was fun, and the fans were into it. It was just a special Sunday morning. I got to watch them. The London crowds just haven't seemed as good as the Germany
I
crowds.
think I remember, though, and you may remember that, you guys may remember this, when the World League, I think Frankfurt was one of the teams that they were like, hey, that's actually a fan base that gets it. They support the team. It's a good stadium.
Well, I mean, you have so many U.S. bases over there, right?
You're
Some
right.
military personnel that are there. Yeah.
So I think the Frankfurt team in the old World League was one that everybody was like, if you were to ever move a team, it would be here.
Dunaway's dumb moment of the day right here. They had the Rhine Fire, too. RHEI. Where's Rhine? Is that not Germany as well?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they had 2 teams in Germany, Rhine and Frankfurt, right?
I think so, yeah. Or maybe it was the Rhine team they were talking about. Either way.
Frankfurt was there, too.
But either way, the Germany teams were the ones that they said were the ones that were the most Americanized as far as their football fans went. But again, Lance, I don't see how it works to put a team in London. I mean, you'd get killed on free agency, don't you think? I mean, if I'm a free agent, I want to go play in London. The travel is just insane. I mean, you'd have to basically play, I would think.
No, and where's training camp?
Yeah, training camp, your division games. Now all of a sudden, if I'm an AFC East team, or an AFC South team in this
I
case, I've got to go to
he's
Tennessee.
the pro. He's the pro.
Okay.
If I'm an AFC South team, I got to go to, if I'm Tennessee, I got to fly to freaking London. I mean, it's
He's so gun shy. Steve Stricker, who's won this thing like 2 of the last
Yeah.
3
I don't
years.
know the hell that's Steve Stricker.
Just
How can you tell it's Steve Stricker? There's
he's playing for the pro team for what?
trying to guess. Now these guys are up in the air until you get McElroy and Ellis up there. These two guys are, a shot in the dark here. These next two. That's why they're gonna let him hit first.
yeah, this is a high sky today, so it's hard sometimes to keep up with this.
High sky. Did you ever use that in your play-by-play?
I was saying,
did,
look at Lance with a flying term, a high sky.
Well, it's a high sky because you don't have any clouds.
You have
right?
no
There.
clouds, to give you any perception.
Yeah. That one's pulled a little left, but it may get on the
Brown, what is your thought on a yellow ball? Because that's what he used. He's on.
I generally don't do it.
That's a beautiful shot. It is rolling right towards the cup too.
Wow.
He's 4 feet out.
Better than the blue ones.
That is true, Jim.
So this is McElroy's group, right?
Yeah, McElroy's in the red hat. Ellis Ponder, Nick Saban's right-hand man's in the white hat. So Ellis Ponder and McElroy, on or off?
I think both are on.
Both are on?
Yeah, McElroy plays a lot of golf.
Yeah, I'll say both on.
I'll go both on too. Protect that two shot lead we have here. One more guy before they hit right here. While they're doing that, tell us about New York Butcher Shop, LT. If you ever want to get out on a great night like this and grill a little bit, you can do that with our friends at New York Butcher Shop.
I would assume that most people out here that are hosting, they went to see our friend Jim, or they're going to see our friend Jim. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop. Pick up the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all natural chicken. Cut to order just for you. Chef prepared entree, side dishes. Perfect dinner to go choice for you and your family with a great selection of wines and desserts. New York Butcher Shop, one-stop dinner shop, 2 locations, Highway 119 in Greystone and Cabo Heights. New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Ellis Ponder wedge. Feels a little
He's
short.
not going to get there.
Feels a little short.
He's in the bunker.
Little short, man.
Yep.
He missed that by
Wrong club.
Yeah. He hit it a little fat.
Wrong club.
Hit it a little fat. Now here's G-Mac, Greg McElroy. Leads Aaron Rodgers and wins as New York Jet quarterback by 1 right now.
He's got a red hat on like you. I'm assuming it's not a next round.
We'll give him one.
It is not. I offered it to him.
ESPN employee Greg McElroy could pimp us hard.
It is an Alabama hat.
That
Yes.
doesn't look like Alabama red.
I mean, Lance is
Oh,
right.
He's
That is
sky
high.
with that. My gosh, it's gonna stick.
Well, he's probably hitting a wedge.
Oh, he is. I can't tell if that's green or not green.
I think it got green on the backside.
Okay, so we'll all get a point for that one. Yeah, I see it now. Yeah, good shot. Good shot, McElroy.
Well, he kind of tossed his tee like he was upset.
Well, maybe it wasn't a good shot.
Hmm.
So we won't take credit for it. We can't see it. Don't get credit. That's Greg McElroy's group with Ellis Ponder, Alabama guys. We continue with the Pro-Am today. Bo Jackson hit a great shot. Some other greats out here, Charles Barkley, and just so many of the fine folks out here. Keep commenting over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Thanks to our friends at Coke Zero and Coca-Cola Diet Coke that have us out here today. And, of course, the Bud Light broadcast continues on. So thank you so much for being with us. In the 11 o'clock hour, we will get back into those win totals we told you about yesterday. But I've got a list of teams that have dropped off 2, 3, 4 games win totals. And I've got a list of teams that have improved 2, 3, 4 games in their win totals, just changing perception of a couple of different fan bases there. LT has our 4 downs today. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at MyBookie, mybookie.ag. Before you tell us about MyBookie, Brownie, did you guys see Ed Orgeron got engaged?
Okay, so I did not see this. Somebody mentioned it in the chat room earlier today that Ed Orgeron's fiance is buoyant. Did I say that right? Buoyant.
Are we joking the fact that she may have large breasts?
I think, Jim, you have read into the joke perfectly. Yes, they can't get one past the goalie here, can they?
So the old
Yes.
backstroke.
Yeah, that she's got a lot of I can't say that word all of a sudden. Buoyancy,
Yeah.
buoyancy.
She's not going to sink to the bottom.
Buoyancy, yeah, she will not sink. So she floats well. Is what was the comment in the chat room? But I have not seen her. Is it the same girl? Have we changed here?
I don't. I think it's the same girl that we saw in the.
I think they were sharing a bed at one point.
Yeah, that one unfortunate photograph that preceded between 2019 and going into a bad 2020.
Right.
Yeah. I think that was it. Or
Yeah.
maybe it was 2021. I don't know when it was, but yeah, I think that is the same person.
Ross says he sat next to a wedding. Was it a wedding? Sat next to a guy that was Ed O's nephew a few weeks ago. So Coach O got engaged. I mean, I don't think we'll ever see the guy coach again.
But what you guys
He's
are
got too
saying,
much money.
that he's a motorboat, that son of a.
I really don't know.
No,
I've not
Ed
seen
O
her.
is.
Yeah, exactly.
I've not seen her. But I do remember the photo of the young lady that he was apparently with at one point, and I don't know if this is the same person.
Well, Ed Orgeron, I don't know how old he is. He's in his 60s, isn't he?
Yeah, he's early 60s.
I think it's safe to say Ed's in retirement right now, wouldn't you?
Oh,
He-
yeah.
He will not coach again.
I
I've
don't
heard
think so
some
either.
incredible stories about Ed Orgeron over the last 6 months.
And like he literally, that footbridge from Broadway
To Nissan Stadium?
to Nissan
Yeah.
Stadium, and by the way, parking was sold out for Taylor Swift. So he was in Nashville for a reason. 2 different days, Friday and Saturday. Ed Orgeron's jogging. And what time of day does he pick to run? Right around 4:00 with the concert starting at 6. So he's
Shirt off?
Shirt off. He's running across. There's pictures him running across, going the opposite direction of everyone coming off of. He's running from Nissan Stadium across the Cumberland, and everyone else is like walking towards the Taylor Swift concert. And he's
Ed Orgeron's
doing
got
that
to
run.
exercise, and he chooses the moment where most people are coming across the bridge to do it.
I would assume he probably did not know that concert was going on.
So Ed wants to be seen. As
Yeah.
Oh, he knew that concert was going on.
Oh,
Ed wants to be seen.
Okay.
Is that the way he fishes now?
Yeah. Not like with a pole.
Not with a pole.
Well, looks like he caught one, LT.
Yeah, well, he's about to at least sign over some money for that if they are getting married. MyBookie.ag will help you maybe make a little bit more money. Maybe you want to risk a little of yours and make a little bet. Gambling a little sports. You can do it with MyBookie.ag.
MyBookie.ag code next round. MyBookie.ag code next round to get a first deposit bonus up to $1,000. It is quite simple. You deposit $200, play with $300 instantly, for instance. Just use promo code next round at MyBookie.ag when you sign up there. You can lock in futures on your favorite club to win the World Series. Take advantage of crazy boosted odds via the MyBookie money bag. We're keeping you up.
You know how I am before public appearances. I got zero sleep.
Yeah, if you're a diehard or a casual fan, simply put, there's never been a better time to start exploring the world of online sports betting than with MyBookie. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag. You bet, you win, they pay. You bet, you win, they pay. MyBookie.ag. We'll get some caffeine and done away, and we'll talk some more win totals when we return on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Man,
I
I
wonder
love a
if
good
this
meal.
guy's
I'm getting
referring
done away.
not-
A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill
In
Services.
this group at
Adam and
8:50.
The team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Be there as your champion Stallions defend their title. Get your tickets now for this weekend's home game.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Seats start at $10, so bring the whole family for kickoff at Protective Stadium as Coach Skip Holtz and the Stallions are running it back in Birmingham.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Back here at the Regions Tradition, a little breeze picking up as our beautiful Next Round Coca-Cola sign just took flight a little bit. They've got it dialed in now. Beautiful looking new sign. That's new, man. It's the first time I've seen that.
That looks great. Hey, Brown, on the fly, where are we going to be for the Coca-Cola setup?
In the Coca-Cola room.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yep.
Yeah. Not available to the public, not open to the public.
Yep.
Yep.
So we're rolling on. You need to take care of that while we.
I don't know what it is.
Okay.
I'm good.
We get going into another hour of the show here, being brought to you in part by our friends at Legacy Credit Union, legacycreditunion.com. No monthly fees, no minimum balance on that everyday checking. But I want to tell you about these lifestyle loans. If you're looking for that dream vacation, no collateral required, affordable low rates, you get it all right there at legacycreditunion.com, legacycreditunion.com. And they're the official credit union of UAB, proud supporters UAB athletics for 60 years. Lifestyle loans, everyday checking, all right there at legacycreditunion.com. Federally insured by the NCUA. All right, Hugh Freeze is not far away from coming up. In fact, he's going to be next on the tee box, I believe. Is that Hugh with his back, white hat? Yep, that's Hugh Freeze right there. So we're going to get the Auburn coach tee shot in a second, or did he already hit? Did we miss it?
See Kirk.
Yeah, he's walking away. Here's Ernie Els walking up, former champion on the PGA Tour, one of the Hall of Famers that are out here today. So we must have missed our Hugh's tee shot there. Nice little crowd following Hugh around. One of the bigger crowds out here today at the Regions.
Who was it that didn't play? Was it Chiswick or Malzahn?
Chiswick.
Did Malzahn play though?
He did. Yeah, Chiswick did.
I mean, I didn't hear the story last year, but the guy, the scorer for the Regions Tradition, who had the Harson group last year, said on number 6 he hit a house, hit what a wayward tee shot that literally hit a house, and then on number 7, the other side of the fairway, one went right, the other went left, hit another house. He had 2 houses
tough play. Yep,
in back-to-back holes there.
Boy, I remember one time we played Shoal, and it was for the Wedgwood, and Ian and me and Clay were in the same group, Clay Travis and Ian Fitzsimmons. And I want to say the over-under on houses we hit were between the three of us with 10.
Oof.
At Shoal Creek?
Yeah.
Wow.
Those houses are pretty far off the
they're
fairway,
not
too.
close to the course. Even I haven't hit a house out there.
Yeah, well, we did.
My bad. And just pulled Brown's head apart there, hitting my foot on his headset there. New hour here, and we'll talk to Todd Fuhrman in 1 hour as we get into some of these big swings in win totals. Let's go bad first. You know, it just seems to be a better story. All the teams that are leaving the American to go to the Big 12, they had their win total sort of just zapped in half. Central Florida, by the way, 9.5 was their win total going into last season. They're 6.5 this year.
Well, I think
3-game difference.
I mean, part of that, you would say they're going to a more difficult conference of the Big 12. I think you got to adjust it there first, Lance, right? I mean, that's
Is that the entire adjustment, you think? Just the fact that they're not playing an American schedule, they're playing a Big 12 schedule?
I think a lot of that is the adjustment.
Yeah.
I'm pulling their schedule right now. And, on top of that, we're also talking about a team that's somewhat, I don't want to say they underachieved going 9-5 last year. The schedule they play at Boise week 2, that's a huge swing game.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about Boise not being the same Boise, but having to go there if you're Central Florida, that is far from a gimme win.
Again, Kansas is so improved. They got to go K-State. They got to go to Kansas, to Oklahoma, to Cincinnati, to Texas Tech. Yeah, I would go under.
Yeah, I think I would too.
You took the over, didn't you?
I did.
Yeah, and I think, wow, you took over?
Yeah, I mean, John Rice Plumlee's back, guys, and Gus Malzahn, can find some wins. He's not going to.
Gus can find some losses too.
Yeah, he's going to find 4 of those.
Yeah,
but I don't know if you've scored at home, Brown. 12 games, you lose 4. How many wins is that?
That's going to be 8.
That's over what?
Yeah, that's over 6.5. It's a tough schedule, though. I mean, when you just look at jumping up to the Big 12 and playing at Boise out of conference, it's a tough schedule for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Another one, Cincinnati. Now, a little of this was coming off the playoffs, but their win total last year was 10. They're 4.5. And Houston was 8 last year. Now they're 4.5. So of the ones that are making the switch over, at least UCF has bowl possibilities in their first year in the Big 12. The others do not. I mean, that's a big drop off when you're used to 10 as your win total and you end up with 4.5, and that's where Cincinnati is now without Luke Fickell.
Yeah, I don't know what to expect from Cincinnati.
I really don't either, Lance.
But it's traditionally been a really, really solid program. You go back to Brian Kelly. You go back to Butch Jones.
I mean, Tuberville let it slip a little bit, but yeah.
But they were still winning 7 games.
They were, but the guys that were fully engaged, I don't think Tommy Tuberville was fully engaged as the Cincinnati coach, but the guys that were fully engaged have really won there. But they're again going to the Big 12. It's a different ball game for them now.
So Dana Holgerson, is he still the coach at Houston?
Yes.
Yep. So if they are not a bowl team in the first year of the Big 12, they're going to be okay with that because it's such a monumental land shift from back into a major conference for that program, or will they be concerned for Dana Holgerson's job?
Well, I would be concerned if I was Dana Holgerson because it's almost like a fresh start in the Big 12. They've got a ton of NIL money. They lost their quarterback. They lost their best running back in the portal, and that was after the spring game. So I think that kind of shocked them and threw them off a little bit. I don't have a lot of expectation for Houston this year. I think it's that one final year. If he doesn't have really what would be a surprise year, he's probably out.
I've got one more really big one I want to get to, but in the ACC, Virginia was 7.5 in 2022. They're 3.5 this year.
Well, they were bad last year with Brennan Armstrong. Now Brennan Armstrong's out. And I don't know who they're going to be breaking in at quarterback. That's always been kind of a tough job.
Now, yesterday on DraftKings, Virginia Tech was 5.5, but I looked on the bet.
Is this Virginia or Virginia Tech?
Virginia Tech.
Okay.
They have them at 3 on the bet, whichever one comes in our email every day.
Okay.
And I was like, well, DraftKings in my bookie had it at 5.5, so 3 there. So maybe an opportunity if you know anything about Virginia Tech to find some value there. Wake Forest 8.5 without Sam Hartman down to just 6 this year.
Yeah.
Total.
Again, another tough job. But Dave Clawson, it really, I don't want to say it doesn't matter who the quarterback is. I mean, Jamie Newman was really good. Obviously, Sam Hartman. But running that mesh offense, he always finds the right guy to run it.
I think it's Luganville that has said on this show before, Lance, that it's almost like preparing for the triple option. That in short prep, like if you've got a full offseason, a lot of people in the offseason that Wake is on their schedule are running a lot of that, trying to defend against that slow mesh. But that on a week to week, when you're having a game week to get ready for it, it's a nightmare to prepare. I think that's the word Luganville used. It is a nightmare to prepare for it.
And one of the reasons that Dave Clawson's been able to have a lot of success, and one of the reasons that people are kind of questioning how good is Sam Hartman going to be in a more traditional offense.
The one I wanted to get to was Oklahoma State. And Mike Gundy's been there a while now.
I want to say this is year 18 for Gundy. Somewhere close to that, I think.
Going into last year, the win total was 8.5.
Is Gundy the most tenured coach right now at one spot? I think
one of them, yeah.
Maybe so. Nah, didn't Nick get to? They may have gotten there about the same time.
No, he's been there longer than Nick.
It's close though.
But he's the most tenured in the Big 12 by far, right?
Yeah.
And Mike Gundy, 8.5 was the win total last year, which, by the way, at Oklahoma State, where he is with his program, 8.5 sort of disappointing, right?
Well, to where he's got it. I mean,
Right.
when he first got there, I don't think it was.
So-
when he was replacing Les Miles.
So this year it's 6.5, Brown. Going into this year, their win total 6.5.
And I mean, obviously the Big 12 is changing. I don't know that it's gotten that much more difficult for Oak State, though. Would you think? I mean, Texas and Oklahoma are still there, and you're adding these other teams. Did that make their schedule that much more difficult? I wouldn't think so.
I think what you're showing me right here is Vegas has made adjustments because recreational bettors are always going to play the over. They don't want to play the unders. But I think there's sharp guys out there that are taking a look at a lot of these programs and how much they've changed through the portal, and they're readjusting. And so when you see an Oklahoma State at 6.5, more than likely people are going to play that over.
Oh, absolutely. I thought about it yesterday. I don't think I did, but I thought about it. And then I thought the same thing. I was like, my goodness, if Oklahoma State's 6.5, that is set up like a sucker bet, right?
Well, you did play Virginia Tech's over.
I did. And so I did do that, LT. I will wear that one for sure. But I got 7 of 10 on that stake bet right there.
Oklahoma State plays Arizona State out of conference, Lance. I think yesterday you said you kind of like Arizona State a little bit this year, don't you? They opened with Central Arkansas, and then they're at Arizona State. They host South Alabama, and before they jump into their conference schedule.
No, I don't like Arizona State.
Okay, well then, I mean that would.
No, I've said that Arizona is improving.
Okay, Arizona is improving.
Yeah,
they're maybe in a better spot than.
Yeah, Jaden DeLauro, they've got a quality quarterback. They lost their best wide receiver, but Fish had them competitive last year.
Their conference schedule is at Iowa State, hosting K-State, hosting Kansas, at West Virginia, hosting Cincy, hosting Bedlam, at Central Florida, at Houston, hosting BYU. That's their conference schedule that you're depending on them to, if you're going to bet on that, get 7 wins out of that.
That's tough to do. Our friends at Champies want to entertain you for lunch or dinner anytime, or for tailgates. When we get around to football season in 115 days and we get out tailgating for high school again, or for your favorite college teams, wherever you're listening to us, they win the tailgate season every year. That famous Southern fried chicken. You can dine in, or you can use their call ahead and drive through and just pick it up and take it back and watch the games, or go to your tailgate. At Champies, you experience Southern staples like chicken on a stick as well, Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You can see it all online at champieschicken.com. On your way home or to the big game, it's on Highway 119 in Alabaster. It is champieschicken.com. All right, new group up there. Greg Byrne, the athletic director of Alabama, is the only notable guy in this group.
Yeah, I bet he's dying for a day of golf.
Yeah, that was the line that Rockstar gave me.
Oh, for Greg Byrne?
Yeah, so I ended up just because Greg Byrne, I mean, Nate Oates was supposed to be in this group, and I don't know where Nate is. Or he was supposed to be around this, but I don't think Nate's playing today. So my line was going to be
for Greg Byrne.
For Greg Byrne was going to be, Greg, I got your text. I haven't read it yet. Jim, don't say anything about a new arena, or Nate will talk about it for 18 holes. Ooh, I probably should have pre-read that.
Yeah.
No, what you should have said is Alabama fans worrying about the new arena. It's hard to afford massive PR people around Greg Byrne now because of the
I would have never even got close.
Dunaway. I mean, if Dunaway wants to go kill shot on these.
And my Nate line was a variety of different ones I was going to use.
Right.
But apparently,
you know what your Nate Oates line? Oh, I would have slayed him.
Yeah. No, the one I would have. I mean, if we were unfiltered and anybody, well, no, I can't even use it here. I was going to joke about maybe you saw Nate Oates and I last year in the most popular video of summer of 2022. He was known as man on left. I was man on right of the Nick Saban Texas A&M rant.
Or you could have said, hey, they've seeded out here, and Nate's team's got a shot today because they're a 4, not a 1.
Mine was going to be Alabama coach Nate Oates up now. If you want to get coach's autograph, you better get it before 16 because you know he can't make it past there.
Oh, that's a great line too.
I mean, they're all brutal.
Yeah,
brutal on freeze.
If he hit one out of the fairway, I was going to use that one.
Oh, you could use it here.
I was going to use that one.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't have.
So I didn't.
I would have drawn the line right there.
Yeah. Okay.
I think you found the line there, Jeff.
The old good self filter there.
Yes.
Oh, but look at this. Burns going to
Yes.
walk up. He's
Yes.
the Alabama AD. He's like, hey, man, I'm not going to get the card up on this 138-yard uphill par 3. I'm going to walk it up. Man.
Nobody's asking you questions when you're walking in the middle of the fairway.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nobody's bothering you about a new arena or bad PR or anything like that.
I learned that back in the
Mike Price
days.
That had to be, I mean, how long did that 18 hole seem to last? So for those that don't remember, when Mike Price was basically fighting for his job.
That was a Thursday Pro-Am.
It was a Thursday Pro-Am because this used to be a 3-day event before it was a major. It was a Thursday Pro-Am. Mike Price had made the infamous trip to Pensacola. All the crap had hit the fan, so to speak. So basically, this event, the national media showed up because they knew Mike Price was on the ropes.
Yeah, and Saturday was going to be the trustees meeting.
That's right. The trustees meeting was coming up that Saturday. So that Thursday, I think the way I've heard the story done away is Price wanted to back out, and basically the power brokers at Alabama basically said, no, you're going to play. You're not skipping out. You're going to play.
You don't back out of this event.
You don't back out of this event. You've committed. You're going to play. It looks worse for you to back out than to play in it. So Price goes and plays in it, and it was you, Mike Price, Tom Kite, and some other people. So you're out there, and basically the whole time he's arguing with the Alabama officials as to whether or not he's going to talk to the media afterwards, right?
That's right.
No, I remember doing a show from the clubhouse.
Yeah.
And we had guys like Drew Bledsoe on that were campaigning on why Mike Price was a great guy and why Alabama should keep him.
Yeah, I remember Drew Bledsoe's people reached out and they're like, they want to come on and talk about Coach Price. And so it's a PR campaign, huh? And so you're out there on the course, and he's basically arguing with the Alabama officials, like, I am not talking to the media after this.
Yeah, everybody talks to the media here. We'll try to control the questions. Just don't answer any questions. Not going to talk to him. And he couldn't get to the rope line. The crowd was bigger that day, and you could not get to. I think Mark Godfrey was in our group,
right?
And then some other big Alabama guy. And you couldn't get to the rope line because people wanted to. The media, every media person was following him around. And if you got close to the rope line, fans would want to say something, or a media person would ask a question. So he was in the middle, and occasionally I would go stand beside him. He'd always stay in the middle of the fairway or the middle of the green. And
he should have gone to Italy.
And I was like, "How you doing, man? You hanging in there?" And he thanked me one time for standing next to him, giving him somebody to talk to, so he wasn't standing by himself.
Yeah, but I mean, didn't he tell you the famous line was, "I haven't eaten, I haven't done something else, and I haven't had anything to drink 48 hours."
48 hours. Yep.
I mean, imagine that. And then that Saturday he was fired, which was one of the most surreal moments of my career being at that deal.
Yeah, I remember having to go to the old Tannehill golf course, and Herb was driving it from the Jog Studios.
Yep.
And I forgot who.
Me and Ray Mellick were at the meeting.
Yeah, and I forgot who I was doing the show with from Tannehill.
Yes.
But boy, that was just an uncomfortable. It was really surreal. Surreal's a good way to put it.
Just a wild day. I mean, you're watching the Alabama football coach who are about to get hit.
A rock star's almost walking in front of the pro who's about to hit.
Oh, they'll get over it. It's just a Pro-Am. You're watching a football coach get fired in real time, Lance. It was just so weird, so surreal, and obviously it went down. That had to be an uncomfortable day.
Does Rocky have jeans on?
He does.
Rockstar's up there talking with Kirby Smart right now. Taylor's shooting this.
I
wonder what he's asking him. He said something.
Oh, he's laughing. Rockstar's laughing.
He said something funny because Rockstar threw his head up.
Yeah, all this is going to be out on social media, by the way. We're going to release this on social media and YouTube. So the queen of content, Taylor Corn, will have this stuff out with Rockstar.
Rockstar's got the hush up. I guess that's from last year, maybe. And Kirby basically scolded us for hitting a shitty shot.
Yeah, turned around and blamed it on us, making too much noise.
Kirby is done with the Rockstar. I can't wait to see what that is on social media. And you guys would admit Rockstar, it's not his comfort zone either, right?
I would say he's well outside his comfort zone. I don't think there's much doubt about that.
I mean, he's wearing jeans on a golf course.
Yes, he doesn't look very comfortable to begin with. Yeah.
Them balls that got to be sweating.
I understand.
So if I remember correctly, this is Jim Furyk, who was patient enough to let Rockstar do that interview before he re-teed his ball and take a hit now.
If he hits a terrible shot, you know who's getting the blame.
Furyk will get over it. He's waiting for tomorrow to get a paycheck.
Yeah. They get paid to do this, Brown?
Yeah. I mean, this is just part of the deal, man. When you're a pro, they know that these tournaments depend on these pro-ams to basically pay them to win the events.
By the way, beautiful shot from Furyk.
So yeah, I mean, they get paid to do this, and I think they're happy to do it.
All right, Kirby Smart, when he's over there talking to some other folks now, signing some autographs. The Children's of Alabama kids are out everywhere. One of the great charities. Kirby Smart, when he gets up there, green or not green?
Not green.
I'll go not green as well.
I have ridden a round with Kirby, and I saw him hit 2 or 3 good shots.
He has lost a considerable amount of weight from this time last year.
Yeah, Kirby, I think had probably gotten a little bit thick, fat and happy. Some would say. I don't know if that's the case. But you know, the old saying, "Heavy is the head that wears the crown." And I am interested to see. We used to see how Nick Saban would deal with the expectations of Alabama just showing up every year and winning a national championship. And I am interested to see how Kirby Smart deals with that, because that has become the expectation for Georgia now. Anything short of a national championship is a failure.
Yeah, but I don't know how much it matters, Brown. I mean, you win back to back after going 40 years without one.
I'm just saying, I mean,
I agree that's the expectation.
You know, I remember how fired up Georgia fans got at being in that Rose Bowl against Oregon or against Oklahoma. And it was like, basically that was the pinnacle of their fandom, was they got to play in the Rose Bowl against Oklahoma. And now that would be a huge disappointment. If they just go to the Rose Bowl, that's just a big disappointment to them. It's all about winning the national championship now. And that, you know, look, that has worn on a lot of coaches. Steve Spurrier went to the NFL because of this, is that even though Florida just won the one championship, he mentioned that his team was in the Orange Bowl playing Syracuse, and Florida fans were disappointed. And Steve Spurrier stepped back and said, at what point did we get to the program to the level where going to the Orange Bowl was disappointing? And it drove him out of being the head coach at Florida to the NFL, where he was a miserable failure and was miserable himself before he got back in the college game. I'm not saying Kirby's going to go to the NFL, but I am saying, you know, when it becomes to the point where it's national championship or bust, that can start to wear on a head coach a little bit.
Here's Kirby Smart. Is going to take his whack here. He has not been playing a lot, he said. And
so you're saying we're in danger?
He did not hit a good shot on number 1. I'll go ahead and tell you.
Yeah. That's on the roof. That's on the roof.
That is over the roof.
Yep.
And into the woods.
Oh, no, not into the woods. That's right on the path.
Yeah.
That could have taken somebody out.
Why are you awkwardly clapping?
Well, I'm hoping that continues into the football season.
I mean, that shot right there, Lance, was a loss to Vandy. That ain't continuing into the football season.
Yeah, you're right.
But after I did taken my little fun jab with Kirby on, you know, the other guys hit, these 3 guys who I didn't know their names, and all 3 of them split the fairway open after the third one. I said, well, obviously Kirby recruited all these guys. They're all 5-star golfers because they all hit great shots.
That's going to hit somebody.
You think that is too? Yeah, that's to the left.
So that the guy on the umbrella already got hit by the first guy on in this group.
Yeah,
and they're all over the place.
Oh, fantastic! These pro-ams are always fun, but keep your head on a swivel out here. Boy, the fine folks that put this on every year, they do such a wonderful job. Brown, I know you've been working with them out here for a couple of weeks now to have this set up, and it is absolutely beautiful. We appreciate the fine folks at the Margarita Grill for letting us slide into their tent as well and take up a little bit of their space for 3 or 4 hours. Trash is coming up on the other side. It's the Drummond Company Pro-Am as it continues on at the Regions Tradition Weekend here at Greystone. Show being brought to you in part LT by the great folks at Hemp Hill Services. If it's not running right, flowing right, or draining right, Hemp Hill will help you out.
Yeah, and remember, the weather is starting to heat up, so of course you need that HVAC unit blowing. I'm going to say Brown had his temp on 67 last night.
That's very close, yeah.
64 for the Dunaways. Ever since we slept in the 34-degree glamping, we've gone colder.
$69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call when you mention the next round. Call Adam, Chad, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure that HVAC unit keeping up with the weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. Their team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. It's hard to stop a train. Call 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Back in a moment from Greystone and the Regions Tradition 2023 on TNR.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
The manicured rolling hills of Timberline Golf Club is located just minutes from Birmingham. And right now, the area's best value membership drive is going on through April 30th. No initiation fee, unlimited green fees, practice range, and the TrackMan. Timberline's a fun place to be a member, and you get preferred membership tee times. To book those tee times at this Jerry Pate designed course and for more information on membership opportunities, go online to timberlinegc.com. timberlinegc.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or Michelson. LaserVision.com.
The month of March means many of you start your outdoor season in the Deep South. That means you're outside grilling, playing in the yard, and having a great time with your family. If you want that yard to look good and not be swatting mosquitoes the entire time you are in it, you need my friends at Wayne's. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Wayne's is celebrating their 50th anniversary, and that means you get $50 off each of your new services at Wayne's. The lawn care, the termite control, and the mosquito treatments, all $50 off. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com.
Be there as your champion Stallions defend their title. Get your tickets now for this weekend's home game.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Seats start at $10, so bring the whole family for kickoff at Protective Stadium as Coach Skip Holtz and the Stallions are running it back in Birmingham.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
I mean, you help me, LT. Better eyesight line. I can't ask Brown. It's all a blur. 138 yards away to Brown, I believe. Is that an old Sixers jersey? Barkley on the left line. The fans on the left side of the fairway. He's standing out a little bit.
Yeah, it is. Yep, sure is.
Yeah, that's old school, man. That's original Sixers.
Well, you know, it could be Rockets.
Oh, I hope it's not Rockets. That's the
saddest
years with Barkley.
So that's the most money ever made in the league.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
It really is. I think he topped out at $5 million in salary. Barkley would have made $45 million a year.
Yeah. Of
course, he's probably making that now.
Pulls it in with that Nike stock. I saw something the other day coming up on our YouTube feed as just when our show ended. One of the things that popped up was an interview that Barkley was doing with somebody. It was Dr. J. It was an interview with Dr. J that Barkley was doing. And they were talking about things, and then he talked about Michael's advice: stop taking paychecks from Nike and take stock. And I think that's a life-changing piece of advice that Jordan gave Barkley.
Well, I do want to say Jordan's mom was the one that should be credited for that, because Jordan's mom, if you've seen the movie Air yet, and I do recommend, it was a good movie, because again, these are little things that I didn't know, and I knew Jordan had some stock in Nike, but that's why instead of going with Adidas, they went with Nike, because the deal was he's going to get a percentage of every shoe with his name on it, everything sold.
Yeah. So, I mean,
can you imagine right now the Jordan shoes are bigger than they've ever been.
Right. Exactly. You don't necessarily wear them to play the game anymore. It's a fashion statement. Right?
Yeah. I mean, I think Barkley's got a pair of Jordans on today. Little T's got a pair of Jordans on. I got some Dunks on, but that guy is printing money right now.
Yeah. Really good. And Barkley still has his Nike stock, so it's going pretty good. If you want to stock in something this weekend to make Mother's Day happy, your mom in your life happy, Bromberg's is the place to go. Just a wonderful company. It's been part of this, over a century here, almost 2 centuries. And that name just says quality.
Yeah,
Bromberg's.
Since 1836, our friends at Bromberg's, 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. I want to remind you that big diamond sale is going on right now all the way through the 13th. It's at both stores. The original store, or one of the original stores in Mountain Brook, one at the Summit Shopping Centers. If you've ever wanted the diamond from Bromberg's, now is the time to buy. Don't miss the lowest prices of the year. You can enjoy savings up to 50% off diamond jewelry and loose stones just in time for Mother's Day. If you've waited to the last minute to get something for mom, best gifts come from Bromberg's. Show her just how much you care with a new piece of diamond jewelry wrapped in that signature silver gift box. Again, head into one of those 2 locations today, Mountain Brook and the Summit, and also online, Brombergs.com.
I'm going to pull an upset. I'm going to take Barkley on the green here.
You want to do it for a steak?
For a steak?
Yeah.
Barkley, and he's walking all the way back to his cart. Fans are, bothering him. And
he's been playing a lot. He told me he's playing his best golf.
It's a tough shot, Brown, even though it's 138, the hill and the bunkers to the left. But for one steak, I will take a steak. Barkley's on the green here.
Oh, wow. This is big for me because I've got to shave some of these things up.
Yeah, you're 10 down right now, but you're going to win with the Lakers. So this basically could make up for my Lakers right here. All right,
Yeah.
Barkley. I'm glad Barkley doesn't know the pressure he's under right now.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I hope this is the one that screams into
It's got to
us.
stay on the green, or if it just hits the green, we're good.
Well, he has lost weight, though.
No, it's got to stay on.
There's a better chance he hits us than goes on the green. Oh, come on, baby. Give me a
This
good
is gonna
bounce.
be tight.
Give me a good bounce. Come on, Barkley. Oh, it bounced backwards.
It did bounce backwards.
It hit right there.
He had the perfect distance. I mean, he was cup high.
Between the green, Brown, and the bunker. And if it bounces forward, it's on the green. If it bounces backwards, it's a lost stake for me.
It's a tough loss.
Dude, I like Dunaway just rolling now.
Number 9, down 9. Come on, Golden State.
No, hey, that was good touch, though. I've always heard Barkley's short game was really good. Brown, I don't know if you've ever played with him. I've never played with him. But I heard, he's just got such good hands.
I played with him, though, back when he sucked.
Trent Dilfer here.
I haven't played with him since he's gotten good. I played with him when he was not a very good player.
I think he put it right where Barkley put it.
No, Dilfer
Oh.
dialed it in. He spin nowhere, right at the pin. That's a great shot.
But Dilfer's a really good golfer. I think he was at the, I think he played
The
out.
Ascension?
Lake Tahoe with Barkley back in the day.
Yeah, I'm throwing Ascension out there like it's a.
I'll tell you though,
Like
man.
I'm right.
Dilfer this morning, I saw him when I went to say hey to Barkley, and he was up with Rick and Bubba, and they were both on at the same time. And I guess it was around 8 a.m. And Dilfer was sweating bullets, and I felt like handing him a next round hat and saying,
Well, he's already got one. He took one with him.
This is gonna be a better look for you."
Yeah, go ahead and throw this.
I mean,
on
wouldn't you
there.
rather have the hat on than sweat?
Yeah, and he's got the the bald head, so he's all sunscreened up, no hat. And so it's Trent Dilfer, man. He's out there trying to stir up some excitement for UAB in what could be a very tough year for them. We'll get back to college football and Todd Fuhrman coming up. But right now it is time for trash. We do it every day at this time. And it's brought to you by the great folks at Mortgage Right, man. Let's do it. Hit the big button, Tyler.
I'm here with the winner, Derek Lewis. Derek, why'd you take your pants off? My balls was hot. I understand.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, let the experts at Mortgage Right help you get your financial house in order. Their team of experts can make sure you're prepared for anything 2023 may bring, including freeing up cash for things you need to get done. With locations in Birmingham and Leeds, Mortgage Right offers a variety of loan products, fast and free pre-approvals, reliable hands assistance that will help you take advantage of all available home buying and refinance options. With Mortgage Right, no middleman. You can trust that your files will never leave their office. Take control today. Visit Mortgage Right at their locations on Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Start first with something try to get Brown to talk about in the first segment. Robert De Niro, 79 years old, is expecting his 7th child.
Wow.
You said there was an angle to this, though, that it's not exactly as it seems.
Well, I mean,
it's not artificially inseminated.
No, this is, I don't know who the chick is he's having the kid with, but He's already got an 11-year-old right now.
I mean-
His oldest is 46.
But we had a 43-year-old quarterback win the Super Bowl when Tom Brady did it. So I mean,
Yeah, but a 79-year-old dad. So just let's do simple math. So the kid's going to be born when he's 80. The kid will graduate high school when he's right on the brink of 100. There is zero chance that he sees his kid graduate high school.
I mean, look, I'm all about personal freedoms, but I do wonder the responsibility of fathering a kid at that age, honestly. I mean, just for the kid's sake, like there is a really good chance your child loses his dad very early in his life. And I mean, I know that happens to people that are 30 or 40, but the odds are much lower when you're 30 or 40, and they are much greater when you're in your mid 70s. You're close to death in your mid 70s. It's just the way the world works. And
poll question though.
Thanks, bro.
If you could have your dad for 10 to 15 years, but inherit $100 million, or have your dad for longer, what would you do?
Well, I mean, it's hard. I mean, I get your angle to that question. How old is he?
He's 79.
Well, he's 79. I mean, 10 or 15 years is being generous at this point, Lance. What's the average age?
Oh, he's already outlived life
Exactly. And
expectancy.
do you think De Niro has lived hard or lived soft?
I would think in between. I'm going to go.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Look, again,
I mean, he's in good enough health to keep banging it out. I mean, I can't believe he's able to have a kid at 79.
That's exactly right. When you said there's something interesting in this story, or at least that's what I thought I heard you say. I thought we were going to get a little different angle there.
No, I just thought the whole story's interesting.
No, it is.
because I don't know the last time somebody, on record at 79, much less one of the greatest actors of our generation.
Yeah, Jeff says, according to the story, he's lived life hard.
Okay.
Bobby says, give me the 100 million. I mean, that is just
Father's Day coming up soon.
Yeah, I mean, 10 years though. Imagine being. I don't know it as a 10-year-old though, Lance. Can you? I mean, let's say he lives to 89. You'd say that's a good ship, right?
Yeah. Look, I love Chuck to death, but if Chuck and I could have a conversation right now,
there you go.
Yeah.
Look, and you had how long with him? You had 50 years with him.
Yeah, but a lot of those he was absentee.
Well, I know that,
But to your point, I think I'm getting closer to my dad more and more every day.
No, then that's right. And if I could just forget childhood and just have the last 15 years with Chuck, I would take that and take the 100 million.
Have you turned off Chuck's cell phone yet?
You know what's so funny is, okay, it wasn't funny, but Sunday marked the 1-year anniversary of his death.
Okay.
So I sent a text, I love you, Chuck, and thinking about you. And I had forgotten my youngest brother, Cameron, had taken over his number because he's got a very unique number that's all straight digits.
That's right. We discussed that. Yeah.
And so I met Cameron for dinner on Monday night, and he's like, hey, I got your text to Chuck yesterday. I was like, I forgot you got it.
So is that his day-to-day cell phone, or he just holds it?
It's his business cell phone.
It's his business cell
Yeah.
phone. I just remember, I know people who's lost a loved one and they just refuse to turn the cell phone off.
Well,
or
because of the voicemail.
That's right. Or they lose them and they will never delete a voicemail, the last voicemail they had,
Right.
or the text or whatever. So I'm just saying, as a 10-year-old, you can't really process that discussion. My daughter is 9. If I told my daughter she could have $100 million, she'd probably take a $20 Target gift card instead. I mean, it just doesn't process for her, right?
Yeah. No, you're right.
So I just don't know that you can make that decision. And again, I'm for personal freedom. I don't want to make it sound bad. Like, I sure don't think the government needs to get involved in something like this, like they do in China. I mean, did I hear right? Didn't we bring it up on the show? They're running out of women to have babies in China because they limited the population and there were a lot of males born.
Wouldn't surprise me.
And now the numbers are way out of whack.
Long game for us to win a war right there.
And no doubt, my friend.
Hey, so the Miami Grand Prix was
Here's
last
to
weekend.
American women.
It brought the glitz and glamour of Formula One to the coastal city in Florida. Tickets to the race cost hundreds or even thousands of dollars, depending on the location and the amenities.
Yeah, Hard Rock Stadium is where they raced it.
Well,
Right?
I was talking to our friend Bo O'Neill, and he's been to this race before, and he's got friends that have gone, and he was like, it is like extraordinary, the price point of this thing.
The international party that it has become. People were coming in from all over the world to Miami to experience this.
I have heard the F1 though. I've heard it's a show like nothing else, man.
Well, how about this? So post on Twitter highlighted incredible prices for food there. Menu from the Hard Rock Beach Club is the most outrageous. Items include things like $250 watermelon and tomatilla salad.
Boy, I love watermelon.
Yeah. A good tomatilla salad.
Yeah.
$450 for lobster rolls. We thought they were expensive in that rat food truck out front of our Double Down Media.
I mean, they were
fans of the show.
I think they're number 2, Lance. I think they're number 2.
$500 for chilled prawns. I'm not a big prawn guy.
That's basically big shrimp.
A fruit salad, $295.
They just called it a food salad?
Fruit.
I thought you said food salad. I'm like, it's just all stuff we got.
If you're still hungry, optional ounce of caviar for an additional $400.
Yep.
If you're looking for something more filling, $500 for the platter with a hamburger, sliders, ribeye quesadilla, chicken tenders, and sauces. It serves 4 people, but that's still $125 per person. Desserts included 3 types of ice cream with listed prices at $245. Bottle of Tito's.
I better get the cow with the ice cream for $200.
Bottle of Tito's vodka, $560.
John Daly at the tee, by the way.
Rusty.
We should be safe, right?
Rusty is right. This is about as dumb as the Met Gala.
Yeah. This isn't bad, though. A bucket of 16-ounce Heineken bottles, $50. Even if that's 4, I mean, you're looking at $12.50 a bottle.
So that was the most reasonable thing, was their beer?
Yeah.
Normally, that's where you, at a place where they
jack you up.
Gouge prices, that's normally where you get gouged the most.
Weird story here out of Daphne, Alabama. Police officers pulled over a man driving a jet ski down Highway 98 on Friday.
Okay, I'm going to need a few more details on this because right now it doesn't add up.
Post officers received multiple 911 calls about a, quote, guy driving a jet ski on 98. Officers said the jet ski was tagged and street legal. The man was from out of state. Officers said they sent him on his way with a warning and instructions to get a helmet. Picture attached to the post. Man sitting on a bright yellow jet ski with pink stripes.
Scott's showing a photo.
Or Tyler.
We got no, it'll be Scott. We got wheels under that?
Yeah, street legal.
Right.
How about that?
Yeah. Interesting.
Seems stupid.
Yeah.
Now we've talked about.
I don't really understand it.
Since the pandemic.
Do you know them?
No, I don't.
Just hit somebody with your paper.
What the hell just happened?
No,
Lance throwing paper at people.
Hey, so we talked about this coming out of the pandemic.
I just looked up and
I know.
I mean, it was on our way to hit her right in the ass. Luckily, it grazed that counter.
That's okay. They didn't even know it. Next one will hit camera directly. We talked about coming out of the pandemic how everybody wants a tip. It doesn't matter what the industry is.
They are not afraid to spin that screen around and let you tip.
Yeah, I've always
Finish
felt.
this for me.
Look, being a former server, that you got to take care of people in the service industry. But get this story right here: self-checkout machines at cafes, stadiums, and airports are asking for tips now. Wall Street Journal reported on the rise of the digital self-checkout kiosk and how customers responded to tip prompts. Many customers who were asked to tip workers with whom they had no interaction with were frustrated with these prompts, per the Journal. Reports spoke to a half dozen customers around the U.S. Though some people were willing to tack on the extra fees, a majority said tip cues were confusing, and many said they were unsure where the money was going. Now, one customer who took beer from a self-service beer fridge at San Diego's Petco Park was asked to include a tip on his order.
He took beer from a fridge and they asked him to tip?
Yeah. Traveler who was prompted to include a 10%, 20% tip on a $6 bottle of water at a gift shop said that the ask was a, quote, bit of an emotional blackmail, which it is.
Yeah, I would tend to agree.
I'm not tipping on that.
No.
I mean, what's next? Our friends at Coke, great sponsor here, but if you go to a vending machine, are they going to ask for a tip?
Yeah. I mean, I'm part of the whole, my issue with it is not that I want to be stingy or whatever. I just always want to know where the tip goes. Like if I got a drink out of the cooler and I'm asked for a tip, I mean, if the tip goes to the guy that loads the cooler and he's there every day sweating his butt off to load it, I might tip him, but I don't know where that's going. You know what my suspicion is when I get a drink out of the cooler and I'm asked for a tip? That's going to some corporation's bottom line is where that's going.
That's right.
That's a way for them to make $2 more on a drink.
Cost of doing business at that point.
Tell me if this is a creepy story. Police in Limburg have found a body of a man in the freezer, which has been put there by his son, who's 82 years old, who, quote, did not want to lose him 18 months ago.
Well, is the guy, I mean, he died 18 months ago, right?
Right.
And then he put him in the freezer. Okay.
Discovery was made in the town of Landgraf. Now, the son told local news outlet his father had died of natural causes at the age of 101. He went on to say, quote, I didn't want to let him go or I would miss him. He then placed his father in the freezer so he could, quote, continue to talk to him. Now, according to the local paper, the body was discovered after a warning by a family doctor who had become concerned about the father's health. Police are now trying to establish how the man died and when and whether or not fraud was involved.
Hey, stay with us. Coming up after Todd Fuhrman as we continue on with trash. One more story to go here, but
That was a bad shot.
Lance is over 2 on the camera, by the way, and he's hit one person and almost hit another.
But we gave the. I mean, it's not. At least it's not a golf ball.
No,
I
the
mean,
guy
that's-
smiled.
Maybe he's a listener and he knows that I throw.
But we'll break down Rockstar and Taylor's encounters on the first tee after we do Fuhrman. It'll be the end of the show coming up here, so don't go too far away from us. Continue on with trash.
Finally, some interesting gifts to give. Tyler has these. Do I go one more? Or is it too much?
I think you've probably hit your limit, but it's up to you. You're a grown man.
I just feel like I can get the camera on this one.
I don't think you will.
Give it a shot. You already made friends with that guy.
Yep. He looked back and smiled. Way short.
Thank God it didn't roll off onto the green.
Lunsford says he almost always tips over 20% at a restaurant. There was an electronic tip thing that only went as high as 20%, no custom option. It was interesting. They were shorting the waitress. That is true.
I do that too. I'm
I mean,
always over 20. But if it only gives me 15, 18, and 20, I'm gonna give you 20.
Yeah, I would say if you're going to do the whip around tip thing, at least have a custom option.
Well, I'm sure it had a custom option.
Well, Lunsford said it did.
But I'm not doing the custom. I mean, you need to have the percentage up there for me. Needs to be.
I'm going to do if I go to a sandwich shop and you got somebody handing me a bag, and they start at 15, 20%.
Well, I've got
on carry out is 10%.
I forget where I was the other day. I got a 30. I got a 15, 20, 25, 30%.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's where we are, man. That's where we're gonna go. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. So what do we got here? I'm sorry.
These pictures that are supposed to be popping up.
All right. Lance?
I mean, he said he's got them.
Tyler's got them.
Yeah.
All right. Fire it up, Tyler. What are we looking at?
I really don't know.
I'll see them. What are we looking at? You don't know? All right. These are
looks to be blue swim trunks.
Oh, they're dissolving though, Jim. You pull off the ultimate birthday prank by getting the birthday boy in his birthday suit with the help from these dissolving swim trunks.
Wow.
Once they hit the water, they immediately start to dissolve.
Oh, this seems like the
no, this would be the best if you had somebody at the beach.
Yeah. What, Rockstar?
Are you seeing the pictures?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I was making sure the picture. I wanted to save it till tomorrow. If I had
Oh, no. We got these.
I mean, it probably would work better tomorrow.
Well, I can see them.
Okay.
$32.99. $32.99 for this.
All right.
It's well worth the hoax.
Yeah, that's a great hoax. All right, next one.
All right, next one. This is a Darth Vader suit. Rockstar, what am I supposed to notice about the Darth Vader suit here?
It looks like he's from medieval times.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know what that is.
All right, next one. Rockstar, this is a fantastic segment so far. Next one, Tyler. We don't know what the Darth Vader suit is, except you look like a total complete geek wearing that thing. Human skull fireplace logs. This is actually pretty good.
I do like this
If
one.
you've got a fire pit, you could burn like burnable fake human skulls.
It's called the Oddity Mall, I think it's called, and it's like gag gifts for like Father's Day and Mother's Day, but some of them are very, very expensive.
Yeah.
There's like boats you can get, Sea-Doos. It's very interesting.
Yeah, this is $57.20 for this one.
That is perfect for Halloween, though.
That really is.
Or year round. I mean, how long until new neighbors or somebody stumbles across you burning that? And you're inside and they look over there and like,
well, like a lot of people say,
Yeah.
would you be willing to, if you had a crawl space, it just as a gag, knowing you're not going to, this isn't your forever home, bury a fake skull in the crawl space and
I'd
leave
be
it
willing
like,
to do that.
for some owners in the future, just
Yeah.
like come across that.
Well, like there's stories of people that write stuff on the walls
Yeah.
before they paint wallpaper over them
Yeah.
or put like siding or something over the house. All right, we got another one. Let's go to the next one, Tyler. The human skulls, though, I kind of like the human skull fireplace logs. I don't know if I like the dissolving swimsuit. This is perfect for your game, comfort your home, Foresight Sim, and a box simulator. You'll be able to play and practice on a multitude of picture-perfect golf courses. Weather is always perfect for the small price. It's a golf simulator, small price, guys, of $33,999.99.
I would have gone 30. I'm not going to.
You're not going to go that high,
I'm
huh?
not going to go over 30.
I'm going to pay for a kid's education.
$33,999.99. I love the fact that they're like, do we go 40,000?
No.
Let's go 1 cent under.
No, we're better than that.
so 34,000, Brown, or you could actually take a flight and go play Pebble Beach.
For much cheaper, yes.
much cheaper.
Absolutely.
That's Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, buying a home, major milestone in life, getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right, who do mortgages the right way. Locally owned and operated, Mortgage Right standing by to help you today. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. For more information, mortgageright.com/TNR.
All right, we continue on from Greystone. It's the Regions Tradition Weekend. If you can't get out here right now, don't worry about it. You got all weekend to get there. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Come support the Regions Tradition. You get your tickets right there online. This is the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Holly Mack Wilson is the realtor you should use to help buy or sell a home. Why? For one, she is a professional with certifications in negotiations and buying and selling real estate. She also sells 70 homes every year. Think about that for a minute. 70 homes is the equivalent of almost 6 homes per month. That's more than 1 per week. That's crazy. It's because of her attention to detail, her marketing knowledge, and her professionalism. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson is also someone you can trust, which is crucial when making the biggest purchase of your life. What's even more important, she cares and wants to help. If you're buying or selling a home, she can help. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted, professional, and experienced Keller Williams agent.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Logan Martin Lake Fest and Boat Show is coming up May 12th to the 14th on Logan Martin Lake in Pell City, presented by AmFirst. Right now, the admission is free to the public. Show up the 12th through the 14th. It's Bama's biggest in-water boat show, 80 boats and vehicles on display, vendors and food trucks, live music all weekend long. And how about this? The Velcro Pygmies are having a free concert on Saturday, and Sunday for Mother's Day, it's free mimosas for mom. For more information, go online, go to LoganMartinLakeFest.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
You're up.
Studio as we get ready for this Pro-Am to continue on, the Drummond Company Pro-Am. The folks who teed off early this morning are starting to wind down their round, and a whole nother group, Browning, of amateurs and pros will go off this afternoon.
Including the head coach at Alabama A&M, Coach Connell Maynor, who is with us now. And he's about to head over the 10th tee. Who's the pro you're playing with today?
Carson. Carl, I think Carl. Okay.
Okay.
Carl Carson.
Yeah. All right. What kind of golf game do you bring?
I'm probably gonna bring. I'm playing pretty good right now.
You're playing pretty good. Uh-oh.
I think I turned in an 8 handicap.
You turned in an 8?
You turned in an 8? You're supposed to lie about that. You know that, right?
Well, my handicap index said I'm a 5.
Okay.
Okay. So you did lie a little bit.
You did juice it a little bit.
So
there.
you carry a single-digit handicap as a coach. Not a lot of coaches do that.
I know. During the summer, during the season, I can't do that.
Right.
We don't get to play. Right after the season, I don't. But right about this time, and right before we head back the end of July, I'm playing pretty well.
Well, I saw Eddie Robinson Jr., from Alabama State, one of your rivals, tee off. A pretty good game there. I mean, you guys may be a better rivalry at golf than Hugh Freeze and Nick Saban, and both of them are pretty good too.
I played with Coach Robinson last year. He's not ready. He's not ready yet.
Let me ask you this: a football question about your paying gig, not golf, though you may win a lot of side bets and stuff. With Deion Sanders gone from the league now, is that exciting
are you guys going to miss the extra attention? Because sometimes the extra attention can, how can I phrase this, can really take away from the history, tradition, the greatness of the SWAC. And a lot of focus was on Coach Sanders.
Correct.
But it did bring a lot of eyeballs too. So you're going to miss him. You're sort of glad for the moment in time. How does that work for you guys?
Well, I think, it's always about the players. It's always about the players, never about the coaches. And, Coach Sanders is arguably one of the greatest athletes to ever play and maybe the greatest cornerback to ever play in the NFL. So anytime he's around, it's going to bring that spotlight.
Right.
And I tell people all the time, other schools will go out and try to hire ex-NFL players, but it's only one prime time. There's only one guy to change the needle like he does and move the needle the way he does. So, not to take anything away from Ed Reed, but Ed Reed one that did the same thing that Deion Sanders did.
Right.
He don't bring the same. Nobody else does. So we enjoyed it. I beat him the first year. He beat me the second year, and he beat me last year. We had a chance to beat him last year. And matter of fact, I think we was the last team in the SWAC to beat him. And so I was looking forward to the challenge of continuing to play against him. And but he's gone, and it was all great for the SWAC and what he did at HBCUs.
Do you think he will give, when he gets the opportunity? I know so many of these schedules are made so far out in advance, whether he's at Colorado or his next stop, if he stays in coaching. Do you think when he starts filling up some schedules that he'll try to schedule a SWAC game with Colorado or another school?
I think he will. Because that's one of the things he preached about playing the FBS schools and getting the FBS schools actually to pay more than what they pay the FCS schools right now to come and play them. So I'm pretty sure he will. It'll probably be Jackson State first.
Right.
But you should call him and say, you remember all that talk about you paying more?
I am.
I am. We'll jump a plane to Boulder.
Because we got Vanderbilt this year, our first game, and next year we got Auburn.
Right.
So, down in future, probably Colorado's schedule is probably booked up for the next 5 years.
What, is that like $500,000? Is that what you get to play Auburn?
That's where we get $500,000. But as Coach Sanders was saying, that we should be getting $1 million.
That's right.
So, when I call him, I'm gonna tell him I want 1.5.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
1.5.
Yeah,
That's right. And I would imagine with his ego, I would start off, maybe you get ahead of Jackson State by saying, we were the last SWAC team to beat you.
Right.
And you start going down that avenue, that may get you ahead of Jackson State.
Yeah, because he gonna want to beat my head back.
Yeah.
I do think it's going to be one of the more fascinating things going into the season, how the Deion experiment is going to work in year one. You've seen his kid play quarterback. You've seen Travis Hunter play. Travis Hunter, the rumor is, and especially with their numbers, is going to play both ways. How good are those guys, and how do you think their game translates to the next level?
Let's start with Shadur, his son. He's a very good quarterback. He's very smart. He understands the game. I would say if he had a weakness, it would be his mobility and his arm strength. But he's elusive. He's not Deion Sanders, that he can't run 4.4.
Right.
So he can buy time in the pocket. He's very elusive. He knows where to go. He get the ball out of his hand. I would say if he had a weakness, it would be his arm strength. Can he play in the league? I don't know. I don't like to tell people what they can and can't do, because you can do whatever you want to do. Travis Hunter is a difference maker. He actually beat us last year by himself.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he
was he playing both ways last year?
Yes, he was. And he scored a touchdown in the corner end zone. He ran a reverse in, and we beat him on a double move, had him beat by 4 yards, and he looked back, jumped up, and intercepted the ball. I mean, his quarterback threw a little too low, but he was beat from me to you, and he looked back, and the ball intercepted. He going back the other way. I'm like, man, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
But he's fast. He's tall. You don't create separation on a regular route. You got to beat him with a double move, and he's very good.
So he's league ready after next year, or in 2 years.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. Most definitely. You will hear about Travis Hunter in the NFL.
We have a lot of viewers in Montgomery and Huntsville, but all over the South. If you could tell the football fan out there, if they could do something that could help your program, SWAC, HBCU, or all of the FCS programs, what
what do you guys need the most from fans out there? Just attendance? What do you guys need the most from us football fans?
We just need everybody to give. See, everybody think if I give $100, it ain't gonna help. If a million people give $100, we got $100 million.
True. It sounds
Good
like
math.
if you run for president on that platform right there, I think I would vote for you. That was really good.
Yeah,
That was simple. That was simple politics, man. That's what I want right there. That was good.
Yeah, we just need everybody to give.
Yeah,
Help
that,
out.
that is good.
You played quarterback for the Philadelphia Soul
Yes,
in the
sir.
Arena Football League. How well did you know John Bon Jovi?
Very well.
Yeah, I mean, because he's
He's
had
the
a
owner.
lot of practice. Oh, I know he's the owner, but he's
Yeah.
he's not an absentee owner either.
No, he's not. He was at practice and he showed up and tossed a couple balls around and got to know the players and it was great. It was great. It was.
Who
It
were some
was.
of the more interesting? Because you played two ways in arena. Didn't you play some linebacker?
Yeah, I played some linebacker, DB, wide
Return
receiver,
kicks?
return kicks.
So are you just exhausted after an arena football game? My gosh.
I'm gonna tell y'all this.
All right.
Okay, I'm the only player in Arena Football League history to ever throw for over 5,000 yards, have over 1,000 yards receiving, throw a touchdown, catch a touchdown, return a touchdown off the net, have an interception, run a touchdown in, and have over 500 yards rushing.
Holy crap! Why didn't you kick a field goal?
Coach was point shaving.
That is fantastic.
Our coach was point shaving.
Okay, well, now do you leave here? Do you go to the driving range, or do you go get lunch? You go get a cocktail? What do you do before you go play golf?
I already got lunch, so I got 40 minutes before I tee off. So this is perfect. I go back and get my clubs, and I go to the range, and then I go to the putting green. And then I actually we tee off right here at 12:40. So
You're on number 10. Don't hit us.
Don't
I
hit
mean,
us.
look.
I'm not gonna hit you. You just let everybody know I'm hitting them. When they all yell, that'll be my whole.
That's
you.
Connell Maynor. Hole in one.
If he hits a hole in one, I'll try to get everybody up here to donate $100 to the program.
All right.
I will walk $100 bill out to you if you go hole in one.
Okay.
I got one in my pocket.
Yeah. You're fantastic, man. Thank you,
Coach.
Enjoy the
Thanks for
afternoon.
having me.
Yeah,
Good luck.
Very
Good
good.
luck.
Very good. Thank you, Coach. Man, top of the hour here. What a great guy right there. And all the greatness there in the Arena League and what he's done to bring attention to Alabama A&M, and not afraid to back down from a challenge when he's sitting here. I mean, Eddie Robinson Jr. hit it good off the front, and he said, "I played with Eddie last year. He ain't ready." I mean, when Brown, you know how these things work, because they don't make you turn in an official USGA handicap. So-
Yeah, because most
so-
of the players in this don't have one, so you just basically say what you are.
Yeah, for instance, McElroy playing against 12.
It's probably a little sandbaggy.
Yeah, he's juiced a little bit,
Yep.
right?
A little sandbaggy there.
Peter Burns, I don't know what he's playing out here, but what do you think Peter is?
Oh, Peter's a scratch golfer if he's
Right.
playing well.
Yeah, so I don't know if Peter, by ego, decided to put down scratch or what.
Yeah,
But I walked
knowing Peter, I bet he put down scratch.
Coach Freeze. I was like, "So what are you, a 2?" And he says, "I ain't a 2 right now." That's what he said. So you don't know what he put down, but for that guy to put down an 8,
Yeah,
and he says he's a 5. That's
Well,
legit getting after.
we're trying to get some strokes, baby.
Y'all ready for margaritas?
Yes.
We have gone way past my 11.
Well, I mean, it's about to be noon, man. You don't even have margarita.
Yeah.
This line has been insane.
Before you go, though, would you tell us about Woodhouse and the great folks coming?
I will,
when you come
Donnie.
back? Why don't you tell us about Gutter Cap and tell us about Woodhouse when we got a margarita to talk about?
Okay, 823-2212. That is the number you need to call. My good friend Chris Stewart. Cap it, don't snap it. It's a dirty, dangerous job. You don't want to get that dangerous ladder out. You get on the roof, you slip, you fall, snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Make the call that I made years ago. It's back with a lifetime warranty, 823-2212 or online, guttercapbirmingham.com.
Todd Fuhrman, next from the desert. Stay with us.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Holly Mack Wilson is the realtor you should use to help buy or sell a home. Why? For one, she is a professional with certifications in negotiations and buying and selling real estate. She also sells 70 homes every year. Think about that for a minute. 70 homes is the equivalent of almost 6 homes per month. That's more than 1 per week. That's crazy. It's because of her attention to detail, her marketing knowledge, and her professionalism. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson is also someone you can trust, which is crucial when making the biggest purchase of your life. What's even more important, she cares and wants to help. If you're buying or selling a home, she can help. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted, professional, and experienced Keller Williams agent.
Hey, summer is here, and maybe you've been wanting to take that dream vacation. Our friends at Legacy Community Federal Credit Union can help you out. Right now, with their lifestyle loans, this can be used for unexpected medical expenses. Maybe you're wanting to update that backyard or just wanting to take that dream vacation. How about this? No collateral required, affordable low rates. For more information, go to legacycreditunion.com. Our friends at Legacy, the official credit union of UAB, proud supporters of UAB and UAB athletics. Again, legacycreditunion.com.
Winners of every major championship in golf. Legends to an entire generation of sports fans. This is the region's tradition at Greystone. May 10th through the 14th. Ernie Els, Bernhard Langer, Padraig Harrington, and defending champion Steve Stricker are a few of the golf greats who will be fighting for another shot at history.
I like this matchup, huh? How could you not love this group?
The region's tradition. Buy your tickets today.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We're about to enjoy a margarita up here from the Margarita Grill out at our golf event, the Regions Tradition, which is back in town. We're on number 10, a par 3, a 138 uphill par 3 on a clear, sunny, beautiful 85-degree day. Let's bring in Todd Fuhrman from the desert. Fuhrman, uphill 138, not a real big up here, but a gradual uphill 138 par 3. What club are you pulling out of the bag?
I just want to know if you guys are going closest to the pin. If you're looking for me to try and impart golf wisdom and acumen in that regard, I pretty much play 7-iron. It doesn't matter if it's a par 5, it's a par 3. It's the only club I can hit remotely close to straight.
Furman just tries to get a straight club. He doesn't care if it gets to the green or not.
Oh,
So
I
we're
don't care
fading
I don't
Furman
care
is
where
what
it
we're
goes.
doing.
As long as I don't have to go chasing it through the desert, playing out of water, or playing out of the sand, guys. I don't care if it takes me 15 strokes if I can keep it down the middle of the fairway.
Celtics seem done. Do you think the Celtics are done?
I didn't like what I saw yesterday from them from a body language standpoint. You could handle a loss even this late in a series in a pivotal game 5 if a team goes out there and you feel like they're competing. But that second half, it almost appeared that they had rolled over and died. They never really got that game inside of single digits. You always feel in these NBA playoffs the team is going to make a run, and the 76ers were never threatening that spot. What is interesting, though, when you look at the number for Game 6, we saw Boston actually open as a 1-point road favorite. That number has ticked out a little bit to 2. You wonder if Jason Tatum will be able to regain his form, if we're going to see a little bit more from Joe Mazzulla in terms of making adjustments. But the reality of things right now is I would not be running to the window to try and back the Boston Celtics. At the same time, I'm not running to back Doc Rivers in a game of this magnitude either, because he's not afraid to spit the bit either.
Hey, on the other side, I had the Suns last night. DeAndre Ayton is not playing good. Chris Paul's not playing at all. And Jokic is just unstoppable right now. But I can't pick a winner in that series. Difficult series for me, Fuhrman.
Yeah, it's been one dominated by the home teams. And when we look at the way the 5 games have gone, I was on the Nuggets plus the 3 in Game 4, came up a bit short in that 129-124 loss. And, really haven't done a whole heck of a lot there. I think odds makers are forcing you to pay a premium. I can understand why Phoenix is installed as a 3.5-point favorite, but you mentioned DeAndre Ayton. Talk about a player that looks disinterested. I mean, Jock Lawndale has appeared to give them a little bit more oomph in terms of energy and consistency there. So I'm very curious to see what kind of changes the Suns are able to make in a series where the home team has held serve so far. And quite honestly, guys, it wouldn't shock me if we're talking about a Game 7 back in Denver after Phoenix finds a way to win and cover in Game 6.
Todd Fuhrman is with us, bettheboardpodcast.com, bettheboardpodcast.com, former odds maker there at Caesars Palace, at Todd Fuhrman on Twitter is where you find him. Go to bettheboardpodcast.com for all the games, Major League Baseball, NBA, everything, bettheboardpodcast.com. Do you feel like the Lakers, in your mind, are the favorite right now in the West?
They should be. I mean, when you look at how they've performed out there, they're doing it through what I would have said smoke and mirrors earlier. If they can get Anthony Davis to stay engaged on a night-in, night-out basis, they check a lot of the boxes that you're looking for. Now, a Lakers-Nuggets potential Western Conference Finals, let's see if the Lakers have what it takes to go on the road and potentially steal one of those games that it would require. But LeBron James appears to have turned back the clock. You get a huge contribution from Lonnie Walker in the fourth. And the biggest thing for the Lakers that's allowed them to have this improbable run for a team that was as high as 125-1 to win the NBA championship way back in November is their role players are stepping up. It's not as though LeBron James has to score 40 every night for this team to have a chance, and it's a far cry from some of the other teams in the West, whereas if Steph Curry has an off night, Golden State has no shot. We've seen the Denver Nuggets, if Nikola Jokic struggles, they don't really have a secondary pitch. And for the Phoenix Suns, I mean, Devin Booker and Kevin Durant have to go for 35 to 40 apiece because they don't have some of the depth players. The Lakers actually feel like the most balanced roster from some names that, the casual basketball fan wouldn't have been able to pick off of a milk carton or out of a lineup coming into this postseason.
Furman, you would not want Brown to be your doctor if you were like in intensive care. He came in on Monday, was it? That you were? I mean, he pulled the plug on the Warriors dynasty. They're
End of the dynasty's in sight. That's all I said, Furman. They're getting old. End of the dynasty is in sight.
I mean, the body's not cold yet, and he's calling the end to it.
They all end at some point, Jimmy.
Hey, the NBA is so fickle in that regard. Obviously, when you look at the core for the Warriors, a ton of mileage on their treads, and I think it's been a little bit disappointing when you watch them on a night-in, night-out basis so far this postseason because they look absolutely lost without Steph Curry out there, and they're making some uncharacteristic mistakes. We go back to Game 3 where they turn the ball over a ton and were never able to make a run in the third quarter. And then you look at Game 4, you feel Draymond Green has enough experience that he shouldn't be making errant passes at key junctures there, or Steph Curry losing awareness instead of remembering that he actually did have a timeout in his back pocket when he goes down to the floor on that jump ball to call one and allow Steve Kerr to set something up. So I'm not going to eulogize the Golden State Warriors just yet because you never want to underestimate the heart of a champion, but there is no doubt it is a standing 8 count right now, and we'll see if the Lakers can land the knockout punch in most likely in Game 6. I would really be stunned, though, if the Warriors season ended tonight and they lose outright as a 7.5-point home favorite.
Hey, Furman, we were the last couple of days talking win totals in college football. And what I noticed, there's a trend of a lot of low win totals. And I'm wondering, and I don't know what your opinion on this is, we know recreational bettors are always going to play the over on these totals. And with transfer portal and the rosters being such an unknown, it's like they've set the totals low, hoping to bait people into taking these overs. Do you see any value with unders out there right now on some of these college football totals?
So limits are still relatively low, but for me, I've actually dabbled on 8 college football win totals already for partial positions. And as I look at my sheet right now, LT, 7 of those 8 bets are all under the total for me. The only team that I've gone over on was actually the USC Trojans, took a small piece at 9.5 over minus $1.30, as I think there is a huge chasm out here on the West Coast as far as USC and the rest of the Pac-12. But you're right. When you look at some of the uncertainty, the coaching changes, and everything else that factors in, there is no doubt that the recreational bettor wants to identify the TCUs of the world and go over 6.5 wins and be laughing their way to the window with a total of 12. There's nothing fun or exciting when you're trying to bet an under 5.5, knowing a team can start the season 3-0 and you're holding on for dear life, what feels like the better part of the season in late September, October, and November. But These win totals are always built around the best case scenario. When you look at a lot of these sides, if you feel that there are depth concerns, if you feel there are questions at offensive or defensive coordinator, I'm always going to gravitate towards going under the total. But the more win totals you play in terms of locking in some of the best of the prices, I'm not naive enough to think that I'm going to go 8-0 on the first 8 win totals I bet. I'm thrilled if I can go 6-2, knowing that I'm tying up my money for as long as I have, but knowing that I have to have a much more substantial edge to bet my win totals and tie up cash for 6 to 7 months, more so than I would just to bet a game 6 or 7 days in advance.
BetTheBoardPodcast.com is where you get all the info. At Todd Fuhrman on Twitter. BetTheBoardPodcast.com. Fuhrman is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I know that the details in all of this are going to be a lot like with the Alabama situation, but what is going on with the Iowa and Iowa State players right now from what you've heard?
So from what I've read and the people I've talked to, this just seems like a bunch of college athletes betting sports, through one vehicle or another. And I'm not going to underplay it because the NCAA has a strong stance on college athletes in even betting professional sporting events. The bigger storyline here is about the underage aspect of it. We know that 21 is the appropriate age to bet sports in a legal capacity. And if you're playing through regulated operators at 18 or 19 years old, you begin to wonder what's going on a variety of fronts. The biggest thing, and I know we talked about this last week around the Alabama situation, that I look for in these quote-unquote betting scandals, and I feel scandal is always a very delicate word to throw around, is match fixing or something else where results are being compromised in terms of things that are unfolding on field. I can't, live in a glass house and throw stones knowing that I was once a college athlete, albeit at a Division III level, and my coach suspended me for betting on professional sporting events in Division I football, albeit through a corner bookie and not playing through legal channels back in the day. I didn't follow the rules, so you can understand the sensitivity around this for Iowa and Iowa State. But guys, let's not sugarcoat it. I'm sure we could go to any campus throughout the South and find plenty of college athletes that are either participating in NCAA basketball pools or betting through an illegal bookmaker or offshore. I don't condone this kind of thing, and I think the state has to do its due diligence. But at the same time, this isn't an isolated incident in any capacity. And as long as games aren't being compromised on field, I don't think it's as big a deal as people are making of it.
Wow, Todd Fuhrman just admitted that he was suspended while in college for gambling on college sports. That's big. Big stuff.
Look, I've told
and we
the
all
story.
have career paths.
Yeah, exactly. That's the whole thing. At 5'10" and about $142, I wasn't destined to be a starting goalie in the Stanley Cup playoffs. So apparently, calling your bookie on the back of a team bus on the first road trip under a new coaching regime to get college basketball lines in late November was frowned upon. I had no idea that was going to be the case, but the reality of it was I did not get to dress for our opening road trip against Salem State and St. Anselm, two schools that I know people in the South could definitely find if I offered them $100 a head to locate it on a map.
I got cut from a D2 baseball because I sucked, but my coach basically started telling me, why don't you go broadcast our games for us? And I couldn't figure out how I was going to be able to play and broadcast at the same time.
Why don't you take a hit?
Yeah,
that was the way I got cut. I would rather got cut gambling on sports.
Hey, in this day and age, you could have been mic'd up out there and you could have been a visionary in that regard, trying to provide in dugout commentary on how everything was going to unfold. But trust me, when I look back on it, is it something I'm proud of? No. Can I laugh about the storyline? For sure, knowing that this current head coach at my alma mater is very close friends with my former boss that hired me to cover gambling at CBS when I signed on there a couple of years ago. So clearly I chose wisely from a career path. I probably just didn't go about it in the best manner. But as all of us know, as brash 18 and 19-year-olds, you think you get to make all the rules and you can forge your own path however you see fit.
All right, he is BetTheBoardPodcast.com, BetTheBoardPodcast.com, former odds maker at Caesar's Palace, at Todd Fuhrman on Twitter. Thank you for the time, Fuhrman. See you next week.
Always a pleasure, gentlemen. Stay hydrated out there on that golf course. A margarita at 12:15 in the afternoon sounds quite lovely, in my opinion.
We'll do our best. Thank you. We'll see you. Fuhrman with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
I took a picture, as LT tells us about Woodhouse, of now first of all, I want to say up front, I'm very appreciative because I did not pay 1 penny for this margarita. LT bought them.
Oh, I bet LT didn't pay 1 penny for them either.
Did you pay for them or are they free?
This is why it's a hospitality VIP tent.
For free?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. But if you notice, Brown,
you know who paid for them are all these people that they could see behind us.
Right.
Paid for them. We didn't.
Boy, and they're taking advantage. These lines are insane.
So scoring at home, you guys can't see this, but this was LT's when he came back.
All right.
That was mine.
Uh-huh.
That was yours. Well, didn't quite make it to the top. Didn't quite make it to the top. All the way to the top. It felt like you'd siphoned a little off the top.
Did not. What I did is I ordered 3, and she gave me 1, and I stood there, and she's like, "What's up?" And
What
I'm
else
like,
you need, boss?
I need 2 more.
He had 2
And
brothers,
she looked
man.
at me like, "Okay," and she didn't fill y'all's up all the way.
That's all right.
That's
I've
okay.
got plenty. I'm not
Plenty. I'm
I'm
just
not
trying not to-
complaining like somebody.
I'm trying
No,
not
I
to
didn't
drink
take
it too
pictures
fast.
of it or anything. I'm fine.
Yeah,
Well, I just wanted-
no, it's perfect.
Wanted to save the moment for
Yes.
history.
So what happened to you? So they told you to get out of baseball and start broadcasting.
Yeah, after my fall freshman season, going into our real season, the spring, he was like, Dunaway, what do you want to do? You want to? You're mass comm major, I hear. Yeah, Coach Bob Reesner, legend, the only guy in Yankees history, in the Yankees minor league system, to go 20-0, and he tore his. I think I've told the story before. He was 20-0. The next year, he was with the main club, unlike the 40-man or whatever, in spring training. And one of his buddies, when they were just long tossing, warming up to start spring training, walked up behind him and grabbed his arm, and he tore every ligament in his shoulder.
How bad does that guy
And he
feel?
was throwing pitching, the shoulder. He's coming off a 20-0 year, tore at like Double-A or whatever. Tore those
Did
ligaments.
Steinbrenner have him killed?
And back, I don't think Steinbrenner owned the team yet. I mean, this guy is really, maybe in his late 80s now. The coach is, but surgeries back then were different, and that ended his career. So he became a college coach.
Wow.
So
Boy, that guy's got to feel awful.
So he came to me, and he was like, "So Dunaway, mass comm, I hear you want to be a broadcaster. Why don't you broadcast our games? We broadcast them here locally. Why don't you broadcast our games?"
You mean the days I'm not playing, Coach?
And I was like, I mean, I knew I wasn't going to play because
because you sucked.
I mean, we played in the fall, and we'd be down. I mean, we played the Troys and the Auburns and the Alabamas and all that in the fall schedule. I don't even know if they do fall schedules anymore. We'd be down 22-4. And I still wasn't getting into the game. I had 1 at bat in all
could
fall
call that
schedule,
game, though. That'd be a
and we
good
were
call.
down 22-4. And I got in for 1 at bat, and typical Jim, I was too nervous, and I didn't swing on a 3rd strike call, and
Bad on
he
the shoulder.
hated that. So that's what he did. He was like, "Yeah, just why don't you broadcast our games?" And I was like, "Well, how can I broadcast the games and be in the dugout?"
Exactly.
Well, that happened to you in another walk of life, right? Didn't you have ex-girlfriends that are like, "I want you on the other side of the camera"?
Yeah.
You frame well.
Yeah. Yeah. I've got a lot of
What did Meredith say from
soft rejections?
The Office? She said, "If I've had 2 guys fight over me before, it's always who gets to hold the camera."
Yeah. Meredith.
It's so good.
Woodhouse Day Spa getting ready for Mother's Day this weekend.
Yeah,
I love
Mother's
Woodhouse.
Day is mere days away. Look, as guys, we typically procrastinate. If you haven't bought that gift yet, I highly suggest getting the gift of luxury from Birmingham's Best Day Spa, Woodhouse Day Spa, located at Summit Shopping Centers right off of Highway 280. You can choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, nail services. The Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's Best Day Spa since 2009. You can order that special person gift online 24/7. Go to birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Gift card, simple solution. Buy them 24/7 online, or just stop by the Woodhouse Day Spas right there at Summit Shopping Centers. Tell Casey and Stewart the next round sent you.
West Virginia Brown said earlier, before LT tells us about Lake Fest, Bob, there seems like they're working on a way to keep Bob Huggins. That's the biggest sports story today.
$1 million reduction in salary for him, which is interesting.
So now it's not a fine; it's a reduction. So you
That's
lose
a
this
salary reduction. That's my understanding.
Got to earn it back.
Yeah, you're right on that, Brown.
Yeah, they can always renegotiate. But I do wonder, like, if you're West Virginia, that $1 million, you can't just pocket that money. It makes you look greedy, right? You got to donate that to some sort of organization.
I'll tell you who I donate to is NIL.
Well, again, I think that's what makes you look greedy. I think they probably got to take that $1 million and donate it to some organization to raise awareness.
NIL.
Yeah,
Look,
it's easy for you to say now, particularly actually
okay,
the athletic
but
director.
how about this?
As moderate as I am,
yeah,
I'm going to go NIL. I'm suspending him for making the inappropriate comments.
Right.
I am fining him $1 million for his salary. He's going to
sensitivity training.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to,
sensitivity training.
Sensitivity
Yep.
training.
Boy, that'd be tough. To
I'm not going to donate that $1 million anywhere.
Yeah, and here's the
I'm going to need to hold that.
And then these organizations, you would crumble. I know you.
I would not. I would.
Yes, you
But
would.
I've learned a lot in the last year.
We've always talked about know your audience, and obviously in West Virginia, they let things like this slide. So I think West Virginia fans would double down and be excited about that $1 million going to get in some big names.
Yeah, well, so we'll see what happens. But anyway, $1 million reduction in salary. a suspension, undetermined yet, and sensitivity training, but still going to coach at West Virginia.
This is our first female golfer walking up a tee box here.
I hadn't really paid attention.
Yeah, we're about to get a female golfer.
So anyway, that's the Bob Huggins story.
Wait, so why is she playing all the way up here?
Because that's the ladies' tees.
No, but I'm talking about that's the back of the tee box on
that's the ladies' tee. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
A good swing, but she
Not
seems to have
really.
a driver.
Yeah, she's gonna skull one over here.
So you're betting in our 10 here.
Oh, did Kirby's go through?
Wait,
It
Brown,
looks like
is she
she's
not
like-
aiming
went
straight
over.
to us?
No, she is not.
It looks like she is.
It does.
Ooh,
Jesus. Oh,
ground ball.
I think it's a kid. First of all, could be wrong.
it's not a kid.
Brown's not happy with us breaking down.
I mean, I just can't imagine how boring it must be
It
to the
is.
audience. It's
No.
got to be awful.
Okay,
Y'all have done it all day, and I
Okay.
just can't. And I can't imagine how boring it must be.
That was the worst shot I've seen all day.
Yeah.
It is, but Brown may be right. It's a kid because there's another kid walking up now
Right.
to hit
Yeah.
another one.
Yeah. I think this is a special thing.
Yeah.
Way to go, guys.
Yeah.
Yep.
Way to go. First tee. We're
Yep.
making fun of first tee guys. LT. Way to go.
Head on swivel.
10th.
Yep.
Yay. It's fun being right. I mean, this is like is it this way in Phoenix?
Probably.
No.
No, everybody's hitting the green in Phoenix.
Yeah, Phoenix is. I was trying to tell somebody that had been to Waste Management before because I've been there one time. This is like the people that would show up on the early side of Waste Management.
Yeah.
Waste Management by end of the afternoon. I'm actually a little surprised the PGA Tour still condones it.
Lake Fest is coming up this weekend. If we're scoring at home, Brown now has talked about content of the show on the air when usually it's me worried about if I'm being boring.
Well,
but
I
now-
mean, the feedback is I'm right that is.
It is true.
And Rockstar
When you
will
said,
back
like,
me up.
look
By
at that
this.
girl's hair on TV too.
I mean, it has been.
I don't know what she looks
It
like.
has been all day. Okay, who's on the tee box?
And then waiting for the
Don't
swing.
Know that guy's name. We're just gonna wait for him to hit.
Hey, Logan Martin Lake Fest Boat Show presented by AmFirst, May 12th through the 14th. Logan Martin Lake in Pell City, free public admission. Bama's biggest in-water boat show, 80 boats and vehicles on display, vendors, food trucks, live music all weekend, including a free Velcro Pygmies concert on Saturday. Sunday is Mother's Day. Free mimosas for mom all day long. For more information on this great event, go to LoganMartinLakeFest.com.
We'll do 4 downs when we come back. LT has that ready to go, and then we'll break down what Rockstar and Taylor learned from the first tee. You can see all the stuff they've done on our social media platforms at Next Round Live, sending them out, I believe, on the YouTube Shorts, Instagram, and other places. So wherever you follow us at Next Round Live, make sure to like, subscribe, everything. It's not going out on all platforms, so make sure you like and subscribe us everywhere so that you are dialed in and tuned in. And don't forget, Wednesday is Odie's trivia night tonight, correct? Right?
Trivia.
Odie's Team Trivia, we do it every Wednesday night. Come join us. Not sure if it's going to be me or Brown tonight. We're still having a conversation.
Still
about that.
negotiating? Are you still negotiating?
Yeah, we're still talking about that. But one of us will be out there with Rocky and Will Haver. Always a great time. Make sure you get there a little early. The patio weather is going to be fantastic. Ice cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Enjoy some of the great food from Rodney Davis. He's been serving it up for more than 3 decades. From the burgers, the award-winning wings, delicious sandwiches. It's a Birmingham institution. It's Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
We're back in a moment on TNR.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with walk-ons.
Let me introduce you to the new line of Red Wing athletic work shoes. This great new line is perfect for the industrial athlete, the guy who is working on concrete or running through the warehouse all day long. Red Wing Athletics use the same technology found in a running shoe, with soft mesh uppers, a lightweight aluminum toe for protection, and non-slip soles. This shoe is a winner. This comfortable new line of safety shoes are perfect for warehousing and light manufacturing. Plus, the colors look great. Stop by your local Red Wing shoe store, have your feet measured, and test drive a new pair of Red Wing athletic work shoes.
Be there as your champion Stallions defend their title. Get your tickets now for this weekend's home game.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Seats start at $10, so bring the whole family for kickoff at Protective Stadium as Coach Skip Holtz and the Stallions are running it back in Birmingham.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Don't miss your chance to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Open 24/7, so come on in for nonstop gaming action. You'll find the latest, hottest, most exciting games around, and you'll love the fun bonuses and big jackpots. Plus, you can watch and wager on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. Your best bet for big wins is just minutes away at Birmingham Racecourse Casino, where you can be a winner too. Birmingham Racecourse Casino off I-459, exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Back with you on the next round. The show being brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg from Pell City, our friend, is the owner of Storm Restoration Roofing. He and his wife love to take care of you. You can have the opportunity right now to get a free no-cost roof inspection by calling this number, 205-542-3531. 542-3531 for Storm Restoration Roofing. You can also look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. A-plus rated with a Better Business Bureau. Locally owned for over 20 years, as I said, A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau and the best warranties in the business. You can't beat Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, 205-542-3531 for that free no-cost roof inspection, or Greg from Pell City on Facebook. Check him out. Great guy, and he can take care of your roof, any problems, whether it's storm damage or that inspection. Before we get to Four Downs, a couple other things that are going on, including Pat McAfee. I don't know if he's made a decision today or not, but he is walking away from, or could be walking away from, a big deal with FanDuel to return to ESPN. Now, when Reese Davis was on with us one time back during basketball season, McAfee had just announced that he would be returning on his show to College Game Day for another year. But it seems like, Brownie, this agreement is going to tie McAfee to ESPN a lot more if he ends up choosing to go this direction.
Yeah, I don't understand this deal for a lot of reasons. Number one, the money McAfee will be walking away from that has been paid to sponsor him, which I think is somewhere in the $50 million a year range, if I am not mistaken. And just beyond the money, the one thing we learned in doing all of this is you simply cannot put a price on autonomy. The fact that no matter what we do, good or bad, up, down, left, right, whatever, we own it, and there's nobody that comes down on us. We get to make those decisions. And you don't get that at ESPN. I don't care what your name is.
Well, and that's
you don't get that.
That's what's interesting about this is I think there's a big percentage of his audience that like how outlandish he gets.
Yeah.
And how there are no guardrails when it comes to FCC. He goes to ESPN, that completely changes.
It's all over with, and he loses all of his autonomy. I just can't imagine he's making that much more. And that's the other side of this, Dunaway. ESPN is in a round of layoffs right now. And look, what a lot of people lose sight of is if you don't, everybody's like, oh, they're laying people off and they're bidding on SEC football rights or Big Ten football rights. Hey, if you don't get those, you're going to have to lay a lot more people off.
That's right.
So you can't just stop business because you're doing layoffs. Yeah. You've overestimated something. You've screwed the business up a little bit to do layoffs, but just because you're laying people off, you can't stop doing business that's going to help keep you in business. So McAfee might be that, but I just can't believe. I mean, I think people think the assumption is the highest paid people at ESPN are Troy Aikman, Stephen A. Smith, Kirk Herbstreit,
Van Pelt,
Scott Van Pelt. I mean, I don't know what those guys make in a year.
I think Stephen A. is over 10 a year.
I think that's right. And it would seem to me that McAfee at 10 a year is a step backwards for him.
Oh, yeah. I mean, especially because, I mean, the reported deal was FanDuel's got a $40 million deal.
Yeah, but that was $40 million the
whole thing.
all in. So
That's
he
right.
pays his guys, he pays the lease,
He
the
pays
production,
rent.
the
That's
rent.
right. They've got a full-time chef that comes in. I mean, so they're not skimping.
You know, like for us, I mean, we pay for everything.
That's right.
Right? It's everything.
But even then,
but you end up sometimes it's $150 cord, or we need a new camera, or, you know, we're going to pay for these things, or
whatever.
Yeah, I mean, you pay for everything out of that $40 million.
Yeah, but still, it just doesn't seem like he's going to get that big of a raise from ESPN enough to lose what he's established. But he's a smart guy, so I can't believe he's doing this if something doesn't make sense in it.
Yeah, I just found out a very interesting thing. Always interesting is LT's 4 Downs, now brought to you by our friends at Slice every day.
Yes, 4 great locations for lunch or dinner. The original in Lakeview, one in Vestavia, there's one in Montevallo, and now Crestline Park. It's local pizza, it's local ingredients. Go see the Bajalia Brothers for more information. SliceBirmingham.com.
First down.
Who wins another championship first, Clemson football or the New York Yankees?
I think I'll go Clemson football. I just don't have a ton of faith in the Yankees. How long is it? Their last World Championship was 2000.
2000 and
was it Jeter?
Yeah.
Oh, it's been a while.
A-Rod was on it.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
But it has been.
Yeah, so I just don't have a whole lot of faith in them turning that around this anytime soon. And I think Clemson will find their way to another one. So I'll go Clemson.
I mean, it's tough. I mean, I agree with you, Brand. I think Clemson is closer, not just with the standings now, but, you know, they haven't fallen off as far as the Yankees, but the Yankees can spend so much more money than everybody else. They get the right, you know, healthy pitching staff one time, which has been a long time since that's happened. Clemson's got to get through Georgia and Ohio State and anybody else that may be up there right now, Michigan, Alabama. If you think Alabama, Clemson's on the same level, about to go to 12 teams, which means Clemson's now got maybe 2 SEC teams.
You got to
beat
playoff. You got to beat more quality teams, though. Yeah. I think I would go Yankees here.
I think I would go Yankees too.
It does feel like Clemson's slowly getting further away from the national championship. I don't know if it feels like New York is slowly getting closer to a world championship.
The Warriors, the Golden State, Clemson's turned into Steph.
Hey, I mean, all right, there's a better question. More likely to win another one, Clemson or Golden State? Since Rockstar brought it up.
It feels like we did that earlier in this week, and
I'd go Clemson.
I think I felt Clemson there because
There
Golden
you go.
State was breaking up.
They're getting old. They're getting old, Rockstar.
Second down.
Who wins another championship first, the Georgia Bulldogs in football or the Atlanta Braves?
Oh, I'd go Georgia Bulldogs. Though the Braves, I mean, well, I said that really quickly. Let me back that. Let me put it in reverse, Terry. Braves are the best team in baseball right now. Now, they're oftentimes the best team in baseball in May. Doesn't even make the playoffs sometimes. Doesn't win the World Championship. Things change. I'm going to go Braves. I'll back it up.
Technically, record-wise, the Tampa Bay Rays are the best team in baseball, but I agree with you.
Thank you, Rays 23.
I think Atlanta is. I think Atlanta is the best team in baseball.
Yeah,
despite the record right now.
Yeah, best team in baseball doesn't always win.
They don't. That's what I said. In May, it doesn't matter. It's all about September and October.
I think I would go Georgia here.
Well, Georgia can do it this year. The Braves can do it this year. Georgia's not going to go away. Maybe easier for Georgia to do it than the Atlanta Braves, but you know, I feel like this year, the Braves are doing this right now with 2 of their stud pitchers on the IL. I think this Braves team ends up winning the World Series this year. I'll take the Braves.
Yeah, I've just seen too many really good Dodger regular season teams not be able to get it done in the postseason. So I would take Georgia here.
Third down.
What do we got third down? So better number 10. Today's May 10th.
All right.
Would you go Pele or Chipper Jones?
I knew you were going to say Chipper. Rockstar, I'm going to have to lean on you here.
Diego Maradona was 10.
No. Pele, just
Yeah, there were a lot of. I think Messi was 10, right?
Yep.
give me synopsis of Pele. Just give me two paragraphs, 2 sentences.
1 point, the greatest player on the
Greatest
planet.
player of all time is also a different game, but like he was like the guy.
Yeah.
Like he was.
He put soccer on the map.
He was soccer, and I don't think Chipper Jones is baseball.
Yep. So I'm going to go Pele.
I would go Pele too.
Yeah,
I would too.
What about Eli Manning? He was a 10.
He was a 10.
How about Bo Derek?
He wouldn't be number 10 if it
Dunaway's right.
wasn't for Peyton.
What about Eli or Chipper? Which one would you? I know Lance would go Chipper. He hates Eli.
Well, Eli got 2 championships. Chipper got 1.
Chipper was a better player than Eli, man. It's not even close.
Better 10, Eli or Mark Bulger? Wasn't he a 10?
Yeah, Bulger was a 10.
It was.
I turned down a 10 jersey.
How do you remember that?
Because it's Mark Bulger, dude. St. Louis Rams were legit.
How do you not remember it?
4th down.
Okay, this one's going to be interesting, and I can't wait to hear Rockstar on this. Bono is 63 today. Better career, Bono or Steven Tyler from Aerosmith?
Bono.
Wow, that's a quick answer.
Yeah, I think that's too quick. I think Bono, because I think the critics appreciate them more.
What's great is Bono he is kind of annoying. He's a little pretentious and everything, but having a son, and his favorite movie right now that the only time he'll sit down and shut up is listening to Sing 2, which features Bono as a character, as Clay Calloway, who they're trying to get to be in this production. He actually does voiceover work and sings and everything like that. So Bono, and the longevity is pretty much the same for U2 and Aerosmith, but Bono is just legendary.
I was invited this morning.
There are concerts where people say they're like a religious experience.
I went to get a beer when they were playing at Super Bowl. I really did.
I don't hear that about Aerosmith.
Yeah.
I've been twice to see you two and loved them both, liked them. In fact, the episode I watched last night of Entourage, just random selection, was when Johnny Drama on the show on his birthday got a shout out from Bono at the U2 concert at the LA Forum.
In the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, Lance, Will says better switch hitter, Steven Tyler or Chipper Jones?
Ooh.
Wow. I didn't know Steven was a switch hitter.
You didn't?
I think Steven's probably done everything in the book.
I think Steven plays all 9 positions.
Yeah, once you get offered everything every day, you can change it up.
Probably so. I was offered, speaking of being offered, I was offered today. I was invited, Jennifer and I, to a concert in Nashville, Aerosmith and Black Crows.
Oh, you love the Black
Crows. I do love the Black Crows.
Peace Out tour, man.
Oh, is it really?
That's considered the farewell tour for Aerosmith.
Now, obviously, I'm going to go to see the Black Crows, but Aerosmith in concert, I think would be. Are they good?
No, I want to go see
them.
them.
They're 70s, but still, it's. I mean, this has been the except for the drummer. I think they took him out for this, but it's the original lineup from the early days. I mean, like Joe Perry and Steven Tyler.
He's got some health issues, right?
Yeah, they all do. Like they got Joe Perry's got like hip replacements. What are you doing, buddy?
So Aerosmith
taking pictures.
Actually has 6.
Getting Taylor out in the field.
Oh,
she's always taking pictures of us. We're going to send it back to her.
Aerosmith 6 more years.
No.
Yeah. They're created in 1970. U2.
Oh, they've been doing it 6 more years.
Oh, actually, they have
I thought
6
you
more
meant
years
6
in
more
them.
years.
Like,
No.
Yeah, no, that's it's a day-to-day with it.
According to the Wikipedia, they've sold the exact same amount of records.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Aerosmith and U2?
Yep.
Oh.
I'd have gone U2 way up.
Is there a song that gives you chills? The intro to this day, Where the Streets Have No Name, still gives me chills.
Yeah, I like One is probably my favorite, but I mean, Dream On can give you chills.
It does, but like Sweet Emotion, these are songs you recognize, but like U2 songs have that feel, like that emotion.
Yeah, I mean, like when I hear the start of Angel in Harlem,
a religious experience.
Yeah,
sometimes.
Our walk down the aisle to Nobody, but during the COVID was we had a piano player at the church play The Sweetest Thing by U2. And he didn't learn it the right way.
Did he not? So nobody knew what it was?
Yeah, it wasn't very good.
I'll tell you, this is weird, but I always had a correlation between mortality and Dream On.
Interesting.
Because when I found out a guy I went to school with, this was when I was in middle school, and I still think about it. He got decapitated in a car accident.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is, back in the 80s. I'm not going to throw his name out there, but I heard Dream On right after that, and I just always think of that. I don't know why.
That's our 4 downs today, brought to you by our friends at Slice Pizza.
Again, 4 great locations. If you're leaving the golf tournament tonight, looking to be the hero, pick up that curbside special, which you get the 12 fire-baked wings. You get the half pan of the salad, 2 of those great specialty pizzas, all for $75. You can check out that entire menu of great specialty pizzas. Local pizza, local ingredients. It's Slice.
We'll hear from Rockstar coming up, what he and Taylor experienced talking with Kirby Smart and Hugh Freeze and others down there. You can see all that on our video platforms and social media platforms. The show being brought to you by our friends at Way to Wellness. You may say, how can you talk about sliced pizza for a second, then go to Way to Wellness? It's real easy. Way to Wellness is a weight loss plan, but it's made specifically for you, and they understand what you're doing in life. If you can't just starve yourself, you got to eat, right? A nice slice of pizza and a salad is some of the stuff I do on a weekly basis to lose weight, thanks to my friends at Way to Wellness. You can check out Leslie and her board-certified team right now by going to this website, aplanforme.com. Aplanforme.com. There's no contracts, there's no sign-up fees, and the first consultation is free. It's Way to Wellness. Once again, aplanforme.com is the website. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Spring is finally here. Now's the time to hit those trails and sidewalks you've been missing in a fresh pair of perfectly fit New Balance running or walking shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store. Our trained fit specialists get as much information as possible before matching you with the perfect pair of New Balance shoes. We've also got all the apparel and other gear you need for spring, too. There's no better time to get outside than right now. So come over to the New Balance Birmingham store and get your custom-fit New Balance footwear and spring apparel today.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Logan Martin Lake Fest and Boat Show is coming up May 12th to the 14th on Logan Martin Lake in Pell City. Presented by AmFirst. Right now, the admission is free to the public. Show up the 12th through the 14th. It's Bama's biggest in-water boat show. 80 boats and vehicles on display. Vendors and food trucks. Live music all weekend long. And how about this? The Velcro Pygmies are having a free concert on Saturday. And Sunday for Mother's Day, it's free mimosas for Mom. For more information, go online. Go to LoganMartinLakeFest.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
We're going to break down Rockstar's time on the 10th tee here as soon as LT gets back here and tells us about our friend Dr. B as he makes his way back to the set right here. Dr. B is the guy that's made LT's hair look fantastic. It's grown 114%. Tell us about Dr. B, LT.
Yeah, Dunaway. Sorry, I had to go to the bathroom, fellas. Part of it. Dr. B, when people said that I started to thin out, Dr. Beckenstein is the guy that everybody said needed to call, set up that consultation, 205-319-0316, t3hair.net. Right now, Dr. B offering that Sensus Transdermal Infuser. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without using any injections. This is revolutionary, as Dr. B can pinpoint delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without any needles. Again, call 205-319-0316 or t3hair.net.
It looked like Kirby made you laugh. Did you make Kirby laugh? What did y'all talk about?
So we did the same 3 questions. I thought that this time we're going to do 3 questions and
for everybody that came through.
Yeah, let Taylor kind of make a compilation or release them individually or something like that. And I don't mind. I don't get nervous about interviewing people. I do not like, Jim, can I borrow you for a second?
Right.
Can I get you for a couple seconds just to do 2 questions? So they get that nonstop. I hate that portion of it. Everybody was super nice. The only one I could not get was that I know he heard me and he gave me the head bob and walked away was Trent Dilfer. I was like, Coach, real quick. And he looked at me and then went back at the golf cart.
Wow.
I looked at Taylor. I go, I don't think we're going to get him. But
Dude was in studio 45 minutes with us last week.
He didn't.
2 weeks ago.
I didn't have a conversation with him, but still,
Yeah.
like
You should have told me the Trivial Pursuit question.
Yes, true. Everybody it's so hectic back there with autographs and everything. We got Barkley, Stricker, we got Riley Green.
You got Scott Stricker?
Yeah.
Oh, crap. I didn't know you were doing
Steve
real
Stricker.
golf.
Steve
Stricker.
Oh, Scott Stricker.
Scott's his brother.
Scott's over here. He's drunk on the margaritas.
We got Kirby, we got Hugh Freeze, Barkley. And I say that John Daly was the best because I see John pulls up on the green with his golf
On the
cart.
tee, yeah. He
with
does not care.
With his music blaring.
That's
And
right.
I was like, hey, John, from the next round, is it okay? He's lighting a cigarette. He's like, all right. And I said, well, do you want to stand up or you want to sit in the cart? He's like, just sit in the cart. I was like, all right. And Taylor started running it. And so, like, you want to go ahead and give you the 3 questions?
Well, no, you can give us the questions. Don't give us the answers.
Okay.
You can go see all these on our social media platforms.
Greg Byrne. By the way, Greg Byrne had the best third answer. That's
Greg Byrne had the best third answer.
Yes,
How about
because,
that?
The questions were real quick. How are you playing today?
Yeah.
Just something. And then the second one was, if you're on the golf tee and they say we're going to give you introduction music, what would your intro music? What would your walk up?
So your walk up song, yep.
And all 3 of you, as quickly as you can. I also got a hush stick. I had to beg that. Can I please have a hush stick for the 3rd question? I go, this is going to be a trivia question. It's going to make you think as quickly as you can. Give me a color that does not have the letter E in it.
Brown. My last name.
Brown is good.
You're going to agree with Brown?
Thanks, Jim.
I'll agree with Brown.
Thank you, Jerry.
That's tough. I would go
Gray. I spell it Gray.
Man, that's tough. Black.
Yeah, there are a lot of. Thank you, ma'am. So that's
It's not for you.
I'm good.
Yeah. So Burn Crimson.
No.
Burn had to say Crimson, right?
To be on the fly like
Yeah.
that, and he kind of looked up. He's like, "Oh shoot, that's a crimson."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Oh my god!" Especially to wrap it up in a perfect bow and everything.
No, that's good.
He was great. And then
well, that's just being a good steward of your product. He said, I better start with my own house first.
That's right. Yeah.
Crimson, Crimson.
Yeah,
That's not it. Crimson.
I asked Stricker, I was like, "What would be your intro music?" And he kind of like, "Oh God, I don't know." And he's like, "What's that song? I'm not as good as I used to be." I was like, "Wow, that's a good pump up song."
That
He's like,
yeah.
Well, it's true. And he walked on.
Well, it's true.
He's like, "Well, it's true."
Yeah.
But then Kirby, what do you think his walk up music would be? He gave an artist.
AC/DC back in
He gave
black.
an artist. He did not give.
He can't go AC/DC because that's too much like Nick Saban. He's
Yeah.
battling that reputation.
I would hope that he would go Ludacris just based on what
Lance,
they had out there.
Lance would love it. So there you
Oh,
go.
really?
I bet he went Tupac.
He went Tupac.
Did he really?
Yeah. They said Tupac or Zach Bryan. I was like,
Yeah. Those two are a lot alike. Yeah.
When Zach dies, they're probably in heaven together.
So Bainbridge, Georgia, Kirby Smart went Tupac.
Yeah.
Do you think there was a lot of Tupac in Bainbridge lands?
Yeah,
back then.
What you got to remember
Recruits.
is it was more neighborhood white kids that were listening to hip hop, or as much neighborhood white kids as anybody else.
Yeah.
That's what made it grow so fast in the 90s, right? That's why they started shattering sales, record sales. That was that and grunge were the two alternate ends of the 90s there. Gosh.
"Oh, that's all."
Oh, Dunaway, you got Little T brought you a full
I
margarita.
like how you put that last pitch.
Yeah,
clip in
make
there.
sure you get the backwash.
You know what I love?
What?
that she did it with a very Dunaway pissed off. Oh, you're
Yeah.
going to say, what about me?
Yeah.
And she
Well,
went
I mean,
and
I wouldn't ask her specifically, hey, can you grab me a margarita when you get a
Yeah.
chance?
He didn't ask for you, Dunaway, if you noticed.
You didn't kick the door. But yes, it's really hot out there, and I regret that I know that what were we out there, an hour?
Yeah, probably.
I will be burned because my suntan spray
It's
was
expired.
So
Expired.
expired.
So, but you think it's going to be good when T's done with it?
I think
You're
so.
excited about it?
She's the editing queen. She can do
Yep,
it.
she really is. I mean,
But-
she is fantastic.
but
I've said that twice today.
I will say that everybody was super nice and agreed to do it. The staff has been super nice because I was like, I don't want to be in the way.
One time I cringed because you were interviewing Kirby and the pro was up there and you sort of Taylor backed around the corner a
Yeah.
little bit. And I was like, oh no, I'm fearing it from this far away.
And then Kirby almost hit you guys, didn't he?
It went right over us. Yeah.
I mean, it looked like it was
Yeah,
right through this window.
I think it hit that tree up
Yeah.
there and came back in.
So I don't think he was happy with his shot.
I would hope not.
All right, one more segment to go out here. Our friends at Lake Fest LT getting ready for, hopefully they have great weather this weekend like we have today.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this weekend. It is Logan Martin Lake Fest Boat Show presented by Am First, May 12th through the 14th. Logan Martin Lake in Pell City. Admission is free to the public. Bama's biggest in-water boat show, 80 boats, vehicles on display, vendors and food trucks, live music all weekend, and that free Velcro Pygmies concert on Saturday. Free mimosas for Mom on Sunday as well. For more information, LoganMartinLakefest.com.
Back in a moment to Regions Tradition at Greystone on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Do you have unexpected medical expenses? You want to update the backyard, or you just want to take that vacation of your dreams? Legacy Community Federal Credit Union offers lifestyle loans that can make all those things happen. The great news is no collateral is required, and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Community Federal Credit Union's lifestyle loans at legacycreditunion.com or stop by any of the greater Birmingham area branches. Legacy Community Federal Credit Union, proud supporter of UAB and UAB athletics, federally insured by the NCUA.
The Regions Tradition returns to Greystone May 10th through the 14th. You can see golf legends compete, the Celebrity Pro-Am, and enjoy the biggest lawn party in Alabama. But it's so much more. It's about giving back to our community. The Regions Tradition is proud to support Children's of Alabama as our primary beneficiary. In 31 years, the tournament has raised over $21 million for local charities. The Regions Tradition, a great time for a great cause.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
I understand why it's that way, but when you handshake a guy or do a bro hug with a guy and you get a little sweat on your hand or your shirt, your shoulder, it grosses you out. But you do that with a girl, it's not as bad.
It is. Sweat.
Yeah, I'm with rock stars. Well, no, I'm with
Like
both
I
of
just
you.
got a little sweat there from somebody who had walked a long way to come see us.
No, like I'll give you
And
an
it was
example.
a female, and it didn't gross me out as
Yeah.
bad if it had been
I'm
my buddy
with you.
Troy over here.
No, but I'll give you an example. If you're at the pool or the beach and you're shirtless and you give a hug to a dude and you're all both sweating, it's very, very weird.
It's a slippery slope. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's,
But
stuff's untapped.
it doesn't bother me as much hugging a girl with a bikini.
Yeah, I'm with
It doesn't. I mean,
I see both sides of it. Like, dude sweat seems like dirty sweat. Girl sweat seems like just sweat.
well,
Just
they
sweat.
they typically smell better than guys. True.
There's no
That's
doubt.
right. Yeah.
Most females smell better than dudes.
They glisten.
They do. They do glisten.
They sheen.
Glisten's a good word.
Yeah. Thank you.
Is that what Bush's song is about?
Glistening. Sure.
Yeah. And I've told this before. I used to think it was Kiss or Ring. I've told that story many times.
That'd have been a great song for Game of Thrones, right?
Would have been good. Kiss or Ring. Hey, Precision Sports, get you back in the game. We'll do our final segment today here from the Regions Tradition.
Yeah, our friends at Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics want to remind you, if you've got anything that is out of whack, whether it's Dunaway's left arm from tripping over a gas pump hose,
Better today.
to just shooting hoops, something happens to your old baseball coach who was trying to play a little long toss and somebody came up behind, surprised him, and ruined his entire career.
Yeah, he would have got back in the game now.
No, really, he would have.
Yeah.
Our friends at Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics could have hooked him up. Remember the number 205-512-3885. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. They're ready to get your life back on track. Orthopedic care better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Do you like the salt on the margarita?
I do.
And I put my full cup into the empty, but it kept me from getting the salt, so I had to pull it back out.
That's all part of it, man.
The salt's part of it.
So we went to dinner. I'm not going to name the Mexican restaurant. Me, Leighton, and Jack last night. And they sat us down. They gave Jack a menu. They gave me and Leighton both menus, and they gave us both drink menus.
Right.
And Leighton looked at me, and she was like, I guess I can order a margarita. And I was like,
I guess you
knock it out.
Yeah, I guess you can.
So she got a watermelon margarita, and she got the sugar on it. And I got the jalapeno margarita with the spicy salt.
Once again, thanks to our friends at Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. The fine folks who have us out here at the Regions Tradition. Stay tuned to our social media platform. Tell everybody what's about to happen later this afternoon, Brownie, with our friends at Coca-Cola Zero.
So we're headed over to the Coca-Cola dining room, and we're going to hang out with our friends from Coca-Cola and talk to some of the participants in the tournament. Now, Rockstar's already done some of that, but we're going to interview some of the greats that are playing here, some of the celebrities, and over a period of time on our YouTube channel, you'll see some on social media as well. We'll drip some of those out for you, but it's a new series we're doing, Have a Coke With. So we're going to have a Coke with Kirby Smart or Riley Green or Charles Barkley. So we're about to go have a Coke with some people.
Oh, I can't wait.
Yep.
That'll be a lot of fun, and that'll be coming out in the next few days, weeks, and months leading into the football season. Final thing today, 5-star athletes that just went through the NFL draft and did not get drafted. You ready for this list?
Oh, man.
I bet Eli Ricks is one of those.
Yep.
Eli Ricks is one of those. LSU and Alabama. Thoughts on Eli Ricks quickly on these, though?
I'm shocked. Eli Ricks, preseason All-American. I thought a new place or a new change of scenery would be really good for him, and I didn't know if he'd go in the first round, but I'm baffled he didn't get drafted.
Hunter Johnson, remember him? Clemson and Northwestern, 5-star when he came out, not drafted.
Well, when he went from Clemson to Northwestern, and when he did that kind of told me his draft status might be slipping away.
Well, I hate to say this, he played like a 2-star.
Yeah.
I'll just throw all these out. Give me any reaction you want to. Brenton Cox, Florida and Georgia didn't get drafted. Teron Vincent, D. Lyman, Ohio State did not get drafted. Jaden Hazelwood, Arkansas and Oklahoma did not get drafted. And Rakeem Jarrett, who was a 5-star wide receiver who chose Maryland over everybody, did not get drafted. Maybe a bad
surprises me a little bit. He was good at Oklahoma.
Well,
those are receiver-friendly offenses.
Yeah, and but I would use Jarrett against who am I looking for? What's coach's name at Maryland? Former Alabama.
Mike Loxley.
Yeah, I would use it against Loxley in recruiting. Would you not?
Yeah,
absolutely. That's our show from out here today. Remember to like, subscribe wherever you're watching us today or listening to us today. We're back with you tomorrow in studio, 9 a.m. Central Time. Until next time, God bless you
and God bless America.